the abyssal spire, a demonic monument that tore through the world's heart centuries ago. Nightmares flooded out like a plague. Humanity, completely helpless, was pushed to the very edge of extinction. But in that darkness, a spark appeared, the first founders, the world's original generation of the awakened. They drove back the shadow and shattered the spire into dust. Victory was theirs. These champions were hailed as saviors and eventually laid to rest in the sacred Hall of Heroes. Fast forward several centuries to the present day. As a boy, Alastair Thorne lived in that sanctuary's library, obsessed with legends like the Grandmaster who felled 10,000 foes with one swing, or the High Mage who mastered the silent arts, casting world-shaking spells without saying a single word. These legends were gods among men, and Alastair dreamed of joining them, until one day he finally saw the sign. The crest of the awakened, the mark given only to those destined for greatness. He swore a vow. He would become a paragon worthy of the founder's legacy. Or, so he thought, the final exam results just went live. Cheers erupt everywhere as students pass, but Alastair, he's staring at a rejection notice, not qualified. While the room celebrates, he's a ghost, the only one drowning in pure silence. His classmates even have the nerve to ask him to mop up the room so they can go party. People joke that becoming an awakened is as easy as signing a name, but Alastair, he's failed 3 years straight. 3 strikes and you're out. This was his final shot. Now he'll never be a Knight of the Realm. He aced the theory, and his aura was actually growing, but none of it mattered. What's the point of the mark if he can't even graduate? To him, it feels more like a worthless curse now. Heartbroken, Alastair feels the sting of injustice. All he wanted was to be like the heroes of old. Someone shouts from the window, telling him to move it because everyone is waiting at the school gates. He's not exactly in the mood, mostly because he's the one who should be in the spotlight. The girls are swooning, and even the guys are in awe of the new A-rank prodigy, Kaylin Sterling. Smiling, Kaylin apologizes for the crowd. Alastair's peers glare at him for making their star wait. Kaylin plays the hero, saying it's not cool to pick on the weak, which the other boys just grumble about. With a sharp, intimidating look, the knight reminds them there's a whole press crew right behind him. A reporter gushes over Kaylin's prestigious academy, begging to shadow the young genius for the entire day. They even ask to use a photo of him slaying a dragon for the next big magazine cover. Kaylin shrugs it off with fake modesty, saying it didn't look that great while soaking up every bit of attention. Alastair watches from the shadows. They started together, but Kaylin became the genius, top of every single class. But here's the thing, Kaylin is a total jerk. He's the bully who made Alastair's life a living hell. All those years in the same house, Alastair is literally trembling just being near him. Why does he have to be in the shot? It's humiliating. A reporter asks who he is, and Kaylin calls him an old friend. Kaylin doesn't even know his name, while the crew whispers about the loser standing in the background. The star lies to the cameras, claiming Alastair was a troubled kid who always came to him for advice. He even claims he supported Alastair financially. Trust me, Alastair is not feeling the love here. Financial help. Kaylin stole every coin he ever had. This has officially been the worst year of his life. Meanwhile, the reporters eat it up, calling Kaylin the perfect knight inside and out. Smiling like a saint, the liar promises to make history and join the great founders one day. Alastair is so lucky to have a mentor like Kaylin, they say. He should be more grateful. The pressure is suffocating. Before Alastair can speak, the bully whispers a reminder. You failed, didn't you? With a chilling grin, Kaylin asks if Alastair wants to end his day with an even more embarrassing score. All Alastair can think about is a year's worth of torture and shame. He's shaking, pinned under the weight of the bully's sheer presence. With cameras flashing in his face, Alastair lies. He says Kaylin was always there for him, and he'll be grateful forever. Done. The knight releases him with a shove, muttering that they're burning daylight and have no more time for him. 𝒍𝒏 invites the whole crew to check out his trophy room, and honestly, the guys are absolutely hyped. They don't even remember Leo's name. Why would they? They say it's not even worth knowing for the story, because in this world, nobody cares about a nobody. To a failure, it doesn't matter how good your heart is. Everything changes once you become a knight. Then, and only then, do people actually look at you. That's when they remember your name. Choking back tears, the boy wonders if his name will ever mean anything at all. Then, bam, someone calls out to him, and he nearly jumps out of his skin. It's the bully. He tells Leo to meet him at the royal sepulchre after school. Leo's heart sinks. What could they possibly want with him now? With a smile that's totally fake, 𝒍𝒏 asks if he's ready for a retake. He claims he pulled some strings with the Knight Council just for the kid. Leo's stunned. Why? He asks. Alistair just shrugs. It's all about playing the part of the noble hero for the cameras. Apparently, the press is doing one last shoot at the location. He tells Leo they'll catch up on the details later. Always the intimidator, Alistair warns him not to miss it. Leo's gut is screaming at him. Can he actually trust this guy? He hates being a prop for Alistair's PR stunt, but let's be real. This might be his only shot to fix his life. He takes a breath and steadies himself. This is it. He decides that this time, he's going to pass that test no matter what. On camera, the golden boy of the new generation makes a solemn vow. He promises to shield the kingdom from the monster tides forever. His image, absolutely spotless. As the cameras stop rolling, the reporters gush over Alistair for being so generous with his time. Alistair waits. The second everyone clears out, he slips into the ancient tomb for his real prize. He asks his squires if they found the hidden door yet. They grin, showing off the entrance, and the superstar tells them to get in there and grab the loot. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the dark. What do you think you're doing? He doesn't even flinch. Alistair openly admits he's here for a treasure hunt, pure and simple. Leo's horrified. This is grave robbing. He demands to know if they respect the heroes buried there, but the gold-rank knight just laughs. He slams his foot down, boom, shattering the stone floor beneath them. The superstar sneers. To him, these legendary heroes are nothing but moldy old mummies. He claims they're sitting on a fortune while these relics rot in the dark. He can't believe Leo actually bought into that ancient paladin fairy tale, even though, once upon a time, those heroes were Leo's entire world. The boy remembers. He remembers the vow he made as a kid to be just like them. The memory hits him like a physical blow, turning his grief into pure, unadulterated rage. He lunges forward to deck the bastard, but Alistair is in another league. Alistair dodges like it's nothing. He finds a clean opening and buries a fist deep into Leo's stomach. It's brutal. Leo coughs up blood, doubled over in pain. The superstar looms over him, asking if he forgot who he was dealing with. Shaken, Leo realizes that single hit could have ended him right there. The squires shout out. They found it. Their packs are already overflowing with ancient treasures. Even through the agony, Leo's eyes are fixed on the relics. He's terrified for the sanctity of the tomb. Suddenly, a massive aura erupts from the items. Alistair feels it too. He's already imagining a life of luxury that would make kings jealous. He hauls Leo up by his collar. He admits the test was a total lie. He just needed a loser dumb enough to take the fall. He'd heard the rumors about the failure squire and realized he'd found the perfect scapegoat. Alistair's already got the story written in his head. The narrative, a pathetic failure, crushed by his own incompetence, tried to steal the paladin's treasure and disappeared into the night. He laughs, saying it'll be front-page news. Disgraced student loots the holy sanctuary. The kingdom will eat it up. And the best part, according to the royal guard, they already have their prime suspect. As he dangles the boy over the ledge, he asks one last time, "What was your name again?" Leo is paralyzed with fear. He knows these are his final seconds. Alistair just scoffs, doesn't matter anyway, and drops him into the abyss. Plunging toward the dark water below, Leo's life flashes before his eyes. Is this it? Will he just be a footnote that nobody remembers? But then light. Glowing orbs begin to swirl around him, shifting into strange, ethereal forms. The spirits begin to whisper. They debate if this boy, this broken boy, could actually be the vessel they've been waiting for. They finally speak. "We are the spirits of the first paladins who guard this sanctuary." Leo's eyes go wide. This can't be real. His head is spinning. The lights, the voices, are these really the legendary heroes from the stories? One spirit steps forward. He explains that the mark on Leo's soul is the crest of the abyss, a void that holds no power of its own. But here's the catch. It can hold any asterisk power. He tells Leo to choose a paladin to bond with. Every figure here is a grandmaster of their craft. We're talking high mages, legendary knights, master blade masters, lancers, and even ancient summoners. Whoever he chooses will grant him strength that defies everything the world knows. The spirit asks him one more time, "What power do you truly desire?" And this time, Leo doesn't hesitate. He knows exactly what he wants. Arthur Thorne is done. Done with being a punching bag for highborn bullies like 𝑨𝒍𝒍. He's tired of this world where the weak get trampled, and he wants power, real, crushing power, to wipe away every single bit of humiliation he's ever tasted. The Archmage is panicked. "Choose," he shouts. "Pick one soul before it's too late." But Arthur, our boy, is done being a loser. He looks at those legendary spirits and makes an insane choice. He wants all of them. The ancient sovereigns are stunned. Ambition like this? Unheard of. They're actually terrified. Even the strongest vessel in the kingdom shouldn't be able to hold all that raw energy without exploding. For the first time in his miserable life, Arthur takes charge. He's standing at the edge of death and he's had enough. "Shut up," he snaps at the legends. No excuses, no warnings. He commands them all to enter him, and just like that, boom, the spirits are sucked right into the glowing mark on his hand. The sovereigns are losing it. Some are impressed, others are calling him an arrogant brat. The Council of Legends is completely split. Then the floor starts to rumble. The magic circle beneath Arthur's feet ignites with blinding light, and Cedric is the first to realize something is horribly wrong. Water starts defying gravity, rising into the air as the ground glows. One of the lackeys fumbles with an umbrella, trying to keep his superstar master from getting a single drop on his fancy noble clothes. Everyone is just paralyzed. They watch in total awe as Arthur Thorne begins to levitate, draped in a terrifying, radiant aura. He touches down right in front of them. The loser eyes are gone, replaced by the cold stare of a predator. Spiky Hair is shaking, muttering that Arthur is harder to kill than a palace cockroach. Arthur is just looking at his hand, checking his new gear. That's when the bullies finally notice what he's holding. They actually start laughing. Can you believe it? They're mocking him, asking if he really thinks a pathetic wooden stick is going to do anything against their steel. Cedric S. had enough of the show. "Kill him," he orders. "Take his head and make sure he never crawls back from the dead again." Spiky Hair steps up, summoning a blade. He's smirking, reminding Arthur that he always took top marks in the Academy sword exams. "You should feel honored," he sneers. Arthur doesn't even flinch. He just looks at the bully and asks, "You really think that toy makes you a master of the blade?" The bully doesn't listen. He just charges, fueled by pure arrogance. Arthur barely moves, just a simple block with his stick. And then silence. The bully is sliced clean in half, sword and all. Arthur stands over him. "How can you tell a true swordsman's blade?" he asks, but the guy can't answer. He's done. The rest of the gang is frozen in pure terror. Arthur just repeats the question, his voice cold as ice. He really wants an answer. What made this guy think his sword was so special in the first place? Suddenly, the big guy lunges. He unleashes his secret weapon, the Gaze of Destruction, a dark spell from the legendary 7th Circle of Magic. Arthur doesn't blink. Bathed in a gold aura, he just points a finger. "Too slow," he whispers and casts Heaven's Fall. The bully's jaw drops. Chantless magic. Impossible. A massive explosion rocks the clearing, and the big guy hits the dirt, scorched like a pig at a feast. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 is reeling. How did a loser just bisect a man with a twig and cast high-level spells without saying a single word? It's like a ghost story come to life. The legendary blade master who could slay 10,000 monsters with a single breath. Or the archmage who mastered the silent arts. These weren't just men, they were myths, fairy tales for children. But now, all 106 of those myths are living inside Arthur Thorne. Arthur remembers Cedric bragging about how his name would be written in the annals of history as a great hero. Not anymore. Arthur decides right then and there, Cedric's name will be forgotten. Only the legends of the sovereigns will remain. A surge of blue energy erupts from Arthur, making him look absolutely godlike. It's unreal. He can feel every single sovereign's soul thrumming within him, anchored by the mark of the void. He can feel their emotions, their fire. The voices of fallen heroes are echoing in his mind like a thunderclap. One is marveling at the sheer number of runes Arthur can hold. Another is just laughing, feeling free for the first time in centuries. Arthur had read their stories 1,000 times, memorized every battle. But actually having these legends inside him, it's hard to wrap his head around. He closes his eyes and sees them all, a council of heroes, smiling at him. Then their faces turn serious. They have to decide who gets to drive. That's when the swordsman speaks up. Sir Alistair of the Iron Vale, the man who felled a legion of shadows with one strike. The long-haired legend smiles. "It's good to know I'm still famous," he says, "even after all this time." "Legends never die," he adds. Then he looks Arthur in the eye. "What's the plan, kid?" Arthur glances at the last bully, but Alistair shakes his head. He points toward the real threat looming in the distance. "What are you going to do about that?" The realization hits Arthur like a truck. This is it. He's finally awake. He starts walking. Cedric, still desperate and arrogant, calls him a loser one last time. He draws his blade, screaming that a gold-rank knight will teach this brat a lesson. He doesn't even get the words out. Arthur just punches him right in the face. Boom, the impact sends Cedric flying through the air like a rag doll. Arthur doesn't even look angry. He just wants this trash out of his sight. Dark energy starts leaking from his pack. The light is getting blinding now. Arthur is still processing it all, but Sir Alistair, he's just watching with a proud, wicked smile. Total and utter chaos. A massive, three-headed hound of shadow is tearing through the capital, crushing everything in its path like it's made of cardboard. With a bone-chilling roar that shakes the very foundations of the buildings, the beast skids to a halt right in front of one man. Those snarling heads are ready to snap, but he's faster. He lunges back, dodges the bite, and delivers a blow with such crushing impact that the ground literally shatters. Everyone's jaw is on the floor. Sir Alistair, a Grandmaster Knight, just one-shot a high-tier calamity. He barely breaks a sweat, calmly asking where the young Lord Cedric ran off to. Then it hits him. The noble heir mentioned a public interview today. Great for the Order's reputation, sure, but a complete nightmare to track the kid down. While filing the incident report, Alistair feels something. Strange, a heavy, sickening pressure. Is there another beast nearby? Where the hell is this coming from? He turns around and holy hell. His men are literally dropping to the pavement. One knight gasps out, "What's happening?" as he collapses. The sheer weight of the aura is suffocating. Even veteran knights and elite guards are forced to their knees, unable to even remain standing. This isn't just any monster. This is a kingdom-level threat that would require a massive army to stop. It's growing stronger by the second, poisoning the air for everyone. The source, the forbidden sanctuary of the First Kings. Meanwhile, young Cedric is flat on the ground, paralyzed with pure terror. Something right in front of him is horrifying. A shadowy, multi-eyed nightmare with writhing tentacles is crawling out of his own stolen satchel. Cedric is trembling, demanding to know what that thing is. Arthur, standing nearby, just sighs. This is what happens when you desecrate the tombs of the ancient lords. Turns out, one of the sealed horrors from the Forbidden Towers was trapped inside those relics Cedric and his thugs made off with. Talk about bad luck. The spirit of Lord Recairo whispers the truth. Some monsters don't stay dead. They just hibernate, waiting for a fool to wake them up. Meet the blight of despair. It opens dozens of glowing, hateful eyes, and trust me, its power level is off the charts, way beyond a normal S-rank threat. The beast is leaking a lethal, toxic miasma. We're talking about a death zone that could wipe out every living soul within miles. Back in the Age of Heroes, these things were as common as flies. Cedric tries to bolt, but Arthur warns him. Make one move, and that thing will turn you into its first meal. Those eyes see everything. A tentacle lashes out like a whip, and the noble heir lets out a scream of absolute, unrefined terror. Snap, his legendary sword shatters like glass. How is that even possible? He literally took down a dragon with that blade once. It's over. The beast's tentacle latches onto Cedric, and you can actually see his life force being drained away into the darkness. Arthur just watches, totally indifferent. He tried to warn the guy. That's when the spirit 𝑦𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 chimes in. Hey, kid, how about you let me take control of your body? The spectral swordsman knows Arthur's potential and tries to tempt him with the power of the 𝑦𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 blade, while the other spirits are still waking up. Arthur shrugs. Sure, why not? He doesn't mind lending his body at all. The long-haired spirit is actually relieved it was that easy to get a host. But wait, the other ancient lords aren't about to let 𝑦𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 keep this fresh, young vessel all to himself. They want a piece of the action too. Then Arthur drops the real bombshell. He'll lend his body to all of them. He tells them he's going to surpass every legend in history, whatever it takes. He knows he needs to experience their full power to master it. Show me everything you've got, he demands. Don't hold back. Lord 𝑣𝒍𝒍 is officially annoyed. He's tired of this brat being so arrogant and taking advantage of their desperate situation. The spectral swordsman mutters that they might have bitten off more than they can chew with this kid's ambition. 𝑦𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 takes the lead, moving Arthur's body like a master puppeteer. He's ready to show this monster what a real legend looks like. Flash, a spear thrust so fast it's a blur. The monster is sliced apart, losing one of its massive tentacles in an instant. Bad luck for Arthur, though. His wooden staff snaps in the process. But no worries, another master steps in, switching to brutal, bare-fisted martial arts. Arthur slams into the horror, ripping another limb right out of its socket. He isn't wasting a single second here. He grabs a random branch off the ground, and suddenly, another hero's spirit surges through him, followed by yet another. It's a revolving door of legends. He's not leaving a single ancient lord out of this. With hit after hit landing in a perfect chain, the creature is getting absolutely decimated. The beast is completely out of sync now. Arthur snatches the backpack back, but the battle isn't over. It's the spectral archer's turn to shine. A ghostly arrow pierces the monster, exploding into multiple beams of light that riddle its body. Gross green fluid sprays everywhere, even hitting the boy. Arthur just wipes the gunk off his face and dives back into the attack, unleashing a relentless sequence of strikes from every master in his head. Working with 𝑦𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓, he grabs Cedric's broken sword. The monster tries a desperate counter with its tentacles, but they freeze dead in midair before they can touch him. This time, it's the Grand Mage controlling his limbs, making Arthur pull off a massive leap without him even saying a word. The newest Transcendent wields the broken blade alongside Lord 𝑣𝒍𝒂𝒅𝒔. Using the 𝑦𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 style, they summon a literal sea storm for the final blow. The lightning bursting from that broken sword is so powerful it manages to slice the S-rank nightmare completely in two. Arthur just stands there with a wide, satisfied smile. Night falls, and under the light of the full moon, a single crow is the only witness to the slaughter. Miles away, a man gets a call. He's told the monster was defeated before he could even get his reinforcements to the scene. He's stunned. He didn't know any Grandmaster Knights were in the area. Luckily, that crow managed to capture the whole thing on magical footage. He watches the recording and can't believe his eyes. A student from the Knight Academy did this. He smiles, genuinely curious to meet this boy in person. Meet Lord Alistair Thorne, the realm's most powerful paladin and the strongest man alive. He's back on the line, well, a magic communication stone, speaking with the High Chancellor for the first time in ages. Alistair confirms the report. That beast was a dread-class threat, and the hero who slew it, a lowly squire named Julian Vance. It makes no sense. Julian has failed his knighthood trials 3 times already. Smelling a mystery, Alastair asks the Chancellor for a small favor. Over at the Royal Academy of Valor, the squires are buzzing about yesterday's monster attack. One loudmouth is actually bragging about how the beast's aura left him paralyzed with fear. Yeah, okay, buddy. Julian asks what they'd do if he was the one who killed it, but they just laugh him off. Rumor has it the real hero is an elite from the upper years. I mean, it sounds impossible. A failing student taking down a dread-class creature. Absolute fairy tale stuff. Meanwhile, Julian is leaning against a tree, his legs shaking like leaves. He hears the whispers, knowing the truth is much crazier. Suddenly, some brute shoves him hard. Out of the way, peasant. The tough guy is convinced a weakling like Julian couldn't fight a shadow, let alone a monster. But Julian, he still remembers that surge of power from the day before. The catch, borrowing strength from the ancient spirits, has left his body feeling like it went through a meat grinder. A ghostly voice chuckles, mocking him for getting tired so easily. It's the legendary spectral blade, Sir Elian. No time for pleasantries. Elian tells the boy to get up. Didn't you swear you'd surpass the ancient lords? That hits home for Julian. He remembers the heat of the battle, and that quickly lights a fire under him. He's back in the game. The swordsman tells him to show some grit, while the other students just stare, wondering why Julian is talking to thin air. Sir Elian watches him closely. Something has changed. Modern knights, they're soft, weak. He thinks if the dark spire appeared today, the whole kingdom would vanish in a heartbeat. Suddenly, Elian senses something. A presence. An aura so massive and vast it feels like it could swallow the world. Even Julian notices the ghost's shocked expression and asks if something is wrong. Elian just denies it, keeping his guard up. A proctor bursts out of the hall, yelling for Julian to come in immediately. The kid thinks he's finally getting expelled. He knows the rules. 3 chances for the elite trials, or you're stuck in the commoner's draft for the rest of your life. But the proctor has a surprise. Julian is being sent to the training field for a sudden reevaluation. The students watching are confused. Is that even allowed? Julian looks like he can barely stand. But he's gonna give it everything in the 100-yard dash. The average is 3.6 seconds, and the record is a blazing 2.7. That same bully from before starts mocking him. He's a loser. This second chance is just a pity move by the academy. The signal flares and Julian takes off like a lightning bolt. He silences the entire crowd by shattering the record at 1.2 seconds. Then the mile run. He clocks in at 1 minute and 17 seconds. He's not done. 840 push-ups in just 2 minutes. People are literally dropping their jaws. Then comes the strength trial. Julian bench presses 2,820 pounds. These aren't just records, they're obliterated. He scored twice as much as the best knights. Is he even human? He's more like a beast in human skin. Julian is breathing hard, wondering if the ancient spirits are cheating for him again. But Elian just scoffs. Why would they help with something so trivial? They were just sitting back and watching the show. Up in the headmaster's office, they're tallying the scores. Lord Alastair is looking at the parchment, and even he's stunned. The headmaster asks why Alastair demanded this retest. I mean, the kid's athletic skills are obviously legendary. But the real problem is his ether measurement. In all 3 tests, his internal energy level was 0. Immeasurable. Basically, he has no magic at all. That's why the headmaster has 0 expectations for the boy's future. A young noble lady tells Alastair he's probably wrong about the boy, but the great paladin just smirks. Just wait and see. The final task. Spin the ether vein as many times as possible in 30 seconds. Julian stares at the device. For 3 years, he couldn't make this thing budge an inch. Not once. He didn't know how to feel the energy back then, but now, he understands that it's all about the circulation. He feels the ether rising from his heel, flowing through his core, and surging through his entire body. He controls the flow with his breath, then aims and fires it straight from his palm. The proctor gives the word. A brilliant blue energy erupts from Julian's body, rushing toward the vein. It starts to spin, then it goes faster and faster. The speed is absolutely insane, leaving everyone in total shock. The arcane gauge begins to spike, higher and higher without stopping. The cooling fan is spinning so violently it's just a blur, making it impossible to even read the numbers. Boom, the whole thing ends in a massive explosion as the device is swallowed by flames. In the training hall, the young squires recoil in absolute terror as the fire spreads. The smoke is so thick it's visible even from the high Archmage's tower. Something is coming. Look up. A jagged shard of the fan is literally embedded deep into the stone ceiling. The old Grandmaster nearly loses his wig from the shock. While his aide trembles in fear, Lord Alistair explains that this boy is a total freak of nature, just like him. He confirms it. Arthur is only the second student in the kingdom's history, after himself, to possess an arcane potency that is completely unmeasurable. Silence falls over the hall. Not only is every witness paralyzed with shock, but even the boy himself is standing there, completely stunned by the destruction he just caused. Regardless of the mess, the man congratulates him. Arthur didn't just pass the Knight's Ascension trial, he absolutely shattered every record in the books. Arthur stares at his trembling hands, heart racing in disbelief. It's an emotional overload. He can't wrap his head around the fact that all that devastating power is actually inside him. But this is exactly what the Shadow Sovereign expected. The second Arthur lent his physical form to the Ancient Ones, his true, latent powers were finally dragged into the light. Our hero isn't just some random peasant with the mark of the void. For centuries, the Shadows have been waiting for a vessel with his exact potential. This boy is the golden key to fulfilling their darkest ambitions. But suddenly, something bright catches the vessel's eye, shifting his focus. A blinding light erupts, nearly searing his retinas. Terrified, the boy asks the spirit in his head if this is just another massive explosion. But no, this explains that massive ripple of pressure the swordsman felt earlier that morning. With a confident smirk, Lord Alistair steps into view. Realizing who it is leaves the boy's jaw on the floor. He can't believe it. What on earth is the first knight of the realm doing here? The golden-haired legend admits he was watching the trial the whole time. He offers a nod of approval, congratulating Arthur on making the cut. But now, it's time for a bonus exam. The objective is simple. Try to land a single hit on the world's most powerful man. Arthur is speechless. Lord Alistair is only 23, but he became a knight at 14 and has reigned supreme as an unstoppable force ever since. We're talking about a man who can clear an army of 1,000 monsters with one swing, or crush lesser knights with nothing but his aura. He's the living legend who single-handedly ended the Great Calamity 10 years ago and saved the Western Marches from the abyss 5 years later. Then a sinister voice whispers in his ear, making Arthur even more terrified. With a wicked grin, the Shadow Sovereign begs to take control of his body. Lord Alistair lays out the only rule for this madness. All the boy has to do is land one successful strike within 60 seconds. There's no punishment if he fails, but he warns the boy. Every 10 seconds, the first knight is going to launch an attack of his own. The legend tells him not to worry because he'll go easy. No magic, no skills. Arthur, however, can use everything he's got. The knight even brought out a rack of legendary weapons to choose from. Our former underdog is floored but skeptical. When did this guy even have time to prepare all this equipment for a surprise test? He's reeling from the absurdity of this bonus exam. Is he really about to trade blows with a world-famous hero for a full minute? The boy asks if a weapon is really allowed, and Alistair just laughs. He boasts that his body is already as tough as tempered steel. To prove his point, the first knight flexes, claiming he can shatter any blade used against him with his bare skin. Meanwhile, the spirit in Arthur's head is begging to jump in. The Shadow Sovereign is practically vibrating with joy, realizing that finally, someone here isn't a complete weakling. Arthur realizes just how terrifying his opponent is. If a primordial spirit is this hyped to fight, he's clearly dealing with a monster. Realistically, he knows winning is impossible. Trying to process the sheer scale of Lord Alistair's power is starting to crush his spirit. But there's only one thing to do. Squires are literally hanging out of the windows, desperate to see the clash of the century that's about to begin. The spirit in his mind is screaming for control, but Alistair doesn't wait. He taps the timer on his enchanted device, and the countdown to chaos starts now. The weapon Arthur chooses is a gleaming longsword. He lunges forward with everything he's got, aiming for that first crucial hit. The Shadow Sovereign is fuming in the background, thinking it's totally unfair and dangerous that the kid is trying to handle this alone. Arthur knows it's a suicide mission, but if he's ever going to become a legend, he needs to taste what a real, high-level fight feels like. Despite his speed, he can't even graze the knight's cloak. Alistair is dancing around every strike with effortless grace. The knight casually asks which scrying network the boy uses, since this footage is going viral instantly. The crowd is losing their minds at his perfect defense. The guy is literally checking his messages while dodging. Meanwhile, Arthur is pouring every ounce of his soul into his swings. To the world's strongest man, this is just child's play. But suddenly, the blade in the boy's hands begins to glow with an eerie, ancient power. Even though Alistair is dominating, one of the watching students is actually impressed. Most people would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Arthur isn't slowing down at all. He's relentless, diagonal slashes, horizontal sweeps, even going for a low blow at the shins. He even attempts a daring thrust right at the knight's throat, but it's no use. He hits nothing but air. Yet Arthur is amazed. His body is moving perfectly, reacting with a precision and stamina he's never felt in his entire life. He's not sure if it's because he let the Ancient Ones in, but he definitely feels something has changed deep within his soul. A sudden tap to his forehead snaps him back to reality. Time's up. The 10 seconds have passed, and a massive shockwave of energy explodes outward. Arthur barely manages to dance out of the way, and honestly, he's terrified. He looks back at the absolute crater left behind, pure destruction. Arthur is floored. If Lord Cedric calls that holding back, then the rest of the world is in serious trouble. A split second slower, and he'd have lost his head right then and there. But something feels off to Cedric, who never loses his cool or his control. He doesn't feel a shred of threat coming from the boy. Meanwhile, Arthur, the supposed vessel of legends, finally realizes just how much danger he's in. If he doesn't evolve right now, he's getting eliminated. He needs to tap into that raw, ancient power he once possessed. Determination kicks in, and Cedric sees it instantly. The boy's vibe, totally different. He looks capable, confident, and ready for war. Arthur lunges again. The crowd is losing it. Everything is moving so fast now that the fight is becoming a total blur. Not even the magic recording stones can track their movements anymore. Cedric notices the swordplay is better, but he knows the boy was way faster when he took down that dragon-tier beast. It makes him wonder, is there some secret condition to activate his power, or has Arthur just been faking it this whole time? Cedric glances at the magic timer on the arena wall. He's surprised there are still 41 seconds left on the clock. The blonde grandmaster intends to be as gentle as possible for the finish. He uses that signature hand gesture again, slamming his palm square into Arthur's chest with bone-shattering force. Arthur is sent flying, crashing through a stone wall from the sheer impact. He's even coughing up blood. It's brutal. He can't believe it. He's actually trading blows with the strongest grandmaster in the kingdom, who just leveled him with one direct hit. His old self would have been dead on impact, so honestly, this progress is pretty incredible. But he knows he hasn't passed the test yet. He's going to keep pushing until the very last second of this exam. He limps past Cedric, who doesn't even move. Arthur stops, totally puzzled by the Grandmaster's sudden silence. Cedric apologizes and says he's seen enough with 30 seconds left. With one swift blow, he strikes Arthur in the back of the neck. And that's it. Game over. Cedric knows the boy has talent, but he's nowhere near his level yet. He didn't see a single spark of that legendary power the boy supposedly used against the S-rank monster. Calling out to Lady Alina, the blonde says they can leave. The kid was a disappointment. Hearing that, Arthur's hand tightens on his sword. He hated that tone, the way Cedric just dismissed him. He stands up, and suddenly, he's glowing with that same terrifying energy. With the stubborn boy finally blacking out, Sir Alaric, the spirit within, takes full control of the body. The ancient swordsman calls out to the world's strongest grandmaster. Cedric stops cold. He feels the shift instantly. Alaric, now in command, asks if he's ready for some real fun. Now it's Arthur's turn to watch from the inside as someone else pilots his body. This is it. This is exactly what the Grandmaster had been waiting for. This energy. It's the same power he felt earlier, the stuff that made him lose his own control. Cedric wonders if it's a transformation or some hidden ability. Honestly, doesn't matter. The kid just became an absolute beast. Alaric roars at him to stop talking and pay attention. The blonde realizes the speed, power, and sword handling have reached a whole new dimension. A blade is suddenly millimeters from his eye. He dodges barely. Now Cedric is actually forced to move with purpose, no more playing around. Arthur, or whoever this is playing for keeps. There's pure killing intent in those eyes as he charges back in. The energy radiating from the clash shatters the arena windows and sends the crowd running for their lives. Cedric realizes the sword strikes aren't hesitant anymore. No more doubt, no more fear. This is the confidence of a seasoned warrior who knows exactly how to dismantle an enemy. It's as natural as a flowing stream, or better yet, an unstoppable tidal wave crushing everything in its path. Now he gets it. This is how the kid took down that monster. Cedric notes there are 40 seconds left, his turn to go on the offensive. Alaric just laughs. Did he really think he couldn't dodge something that obvious? The Grandmaster is forced high into the air just to get some distance. He's actually laughing. This is incredible. Meanwhile, the onlookers are in total shock. Arthur actually pushed the strongest man in the world into a defensive stance. Bored with the posturing, Alaric tells him to forget the rules. "Come at me with everything," he growls. "If you hold back, I'll make you regret it." The ancient spirit charges with his sword at full force. Cedric stays locked in, ready for whatever nightmare comes next. Something hits the weapon rack, and suddenly, every blade in the vicinity starts to levitate into the air. Alaric looks up, realizing the scale of the magic. In the middle of a literal storm of steel stands Lord Cedric. The Grandmaster is finally going all in, and that is exactly what a madman like Alaric wanted. They clash in a chaotic blur, too fast for the eye to follow. It's breathtaking, a duel suspended in midair. This is easily the most intense showdown either of them has ever faced. Sir Roland is on high alert. Even the other ancient spirits are stunned by how well the boy is holding his own, while the rest of the onlookers are green with envy. But there's a problem. Arthur's mortal frame is starting to crack under the sheer weight of the spirit's power. The old veteran watches closely, itching to intervene, but he's told to stay back. He'd only get in the way of this madness. Only Lady Alara seems truly worried about the real Arthur watching this from the sidelines of his own mind. Meanwhile, Roland is unleashing a flurry of brutal slashes and uppercuts. It's all in the wrist. The ancient knight guides him. Swing up, strike hard, shift the center of gravity. The pressure is too much. The steel literally shatters into a dozen fragments. Roland minimizes the damage to his broken blade, but Duke Alaric, he's loving it. This is the most fun he's had in years. 10 seconds left, the Duke roars. "What's your move, boy?" Suddenly, Roland leaps straight out of the arena. The crowd goes silent, totally confused. Then, he snatches a fresh sword from the very noble who'd been bullying Arthur earlier. He doesn't even wait for a breath before the fight explodes again. Alaric charges, and the sheer force of their collision starts tearing the academy walls apart. Thanks to Roland's mastery, the boy's body remains unscathed as they take the fight back into the sky. They're having the time of their lives, but the other students are terrified. The whole building is about to come down on their heads. Alaric spots a heavy fan blade that's broken loose. He grabs the massive propeller embedded in the ruins. He grips it so hard, the metal begins to splinter under his bare hands. Roland watches his every move. Then, while still suspended in the air, the world's greatest knight takes aim. Time for the royal blade technique. Lightning erupts, shredding the fan blade into tiny, jagged splinters that rain down everywhere. Alaric just laughs, it's pure spectacle, but the sword Roland borrowed, it shatters too. Now it's the Duke's turn. 60 seconds left, time for him to go on the offensive. He lunges straight for Arthur's body. The power he's radiating is so heavy even the spirits can feel it. Arthur reaches out, grabbing onto the master swordsman. Using that moment of contact as a tether, Arthur finally claws back control of his body. The first thing he sees, Alaric's blade coming right for him. Their hands collide at the point of impact. The full weight of the Duke's power hits him like a mountain. Both Alaric and Roland are stunned. The boy's hand is a bloody mess, completely shredded. But Arthur doesn't stop. He's already winding up for one last desperate strike, daring his rival to block it. And then, against all odds, he actually lands a hit on the world's strongest knight. Seeing two masters of this caliber duel is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's a storm of parries and counters, as both warriors hunt for that one perfect opening. Like two grandmasters playing high-stakes chess, everyone else can only stand back in awe. That's the level Roland brings to the table. It was only a split second, but the boy attempted a move that even the ancient spirit hadn't considered. He found a brand new path, a direct, suicidal charge just to land one blow. Sadly, things didn't go exactly to plan. Arthur's fist stops just an inch from the Duke's face. He just didn't have the strength left to finish the job. But Alaric has his own ideas. The world's strongest man reaches out and pulls the boy's hand the rest of the way until it touches his cheek. He smiles. "You pass." The hall is a total wreck, and the audience is left wondering who actually won. Alaric calls for his assistant. Lady Alara asks where they're headed, and the Duke just points at Arthur. "He passed. Now fix his arm." The students are absolutely speechless. Arthur, passing the test, it's impossible. But the realization hits. He actually touched the Duke. The crowd erupts into cheers as Alara tells him to hold still for the healing. With a gentle smile, she congratulates him on making the cut. Feeling a bit better, Arthur thanks her, until the words actually sink in. He bolts upright, eyes wide, trying to figure out what just happened. Alaric acts offended. "Don't tell me you forgot already. I might have given you a few bonus points, but a pass is a pass." He praises those insane mid-fight combos, but Arthur knows the truth. That was all Roland's doing. What truly shocked the Duke, though, was how the boy dodged that final, killing blow. Actually landing a hit, that was the real kicker. He tells Arthur he should be damn proud. Overwhelmed, the spirit's host offers his thanks. But then Arthur has one question. "Do I get a prize for passing?" Even Alara leans in, curious. Alaric looks totally caught off guard, looks like he didn't think that far ahead. Arthur waits. They look out over the smoking ruins of the room as night finally settles in. Time for dinner. Back in the manor's kitchen, Arthur's mother asks how many guests she should expect for the feast. Looking a bit uneasy, he admits he's not sure, but promises at least one noble is coming. Either way, the lady is beaming. It's a glorious day because her son passed the knight's trial and was handpicked by a legendary lord. She's absolutely thrilled, humming to herself as she begins prepping the mountain of food. She tells him she always knew he'd achieve greatness if he just put his heart into his training. A bit nervous about hosting a high-ranking lord, she worries their home looks like a peasant's shack, but Arthur insists Lord Mordaunt isn't the type to judge. Finally, after scrubbing the floors, the boy collapses on his bed to rest. Clutching his knight's mark, he remembers the day Lady Wren struck Mordaunt for keeping her in the dark. Trying to de-escalate the tension, the young squire asks the lord to confirm their pact, that they'd serve together if he succeeded, but the lord denies ever saying it. Even while nursing his wounds, the legendary figure warns that there are too many spies watching them here. He suggests meeting at Arthur's cottage tonight to talk in private. Topics like the truth about the ancient enemy, and that's exactly what has Arthur's stomach in knots. After all, the primal titans leveled the Great Spire centuries ago. Knights have spent their lives hunting beasts that crawl out of the rift. Arthur thought that was the whole story, but now he's wondering if there's a much darker secret. A voice snaps Arthur out of his thoughts. It's Rickard, calling his name over and over until the boy jumps. The other ghostly spirits are there too, which worries Arthur. He asks if something is wrong. The master swordsman tells him their council is finished. Startled, Arthur asks if they were deciding who gets to take control of his body next. That was exactly the point of the debate. Nervous, the boy waits for their verdict. However, he stands up abruptly. He can sense Lord Mordaunt has already arrived. When he gets downstairs, the manor is pitch black and eerily silent. Something catches his eye and chills his blood. He screams for his mother, finding her slumped on the cold floor. He calls out to her again, rushing to her side while sensing a hostile presence lurking in the shadows. He catches a glimpse of movement out of the corner of his eye. Someone is tearing through the feast, stuffing their face and spitting it out. The intruder complains that the food is absolute swill. He tells Arthur he's going to discipline the woman so she learns to serve proper meat to an elite knight. Arthur demands to know what happened to her, but the intruder tells him to watch his tongue. He introduces himself as Goran, a first-rank knight here to fetch him for the Lord. He tells the boy to pack his things for the citadel immediately. But in that moment, Arthur only sees red. He lunges, only to be met with a brutal, bone-crushing blow that sends him reeling. With a twisted, wicked grin, Goran laughs. He asks if the boy really has the guts to fight him. Arthur looks at the ruined kitchen and his unconscious mother. He remembers the day he lost his father and how she promised to always protect her son. He thinks of the time he suggested she get new boots and how she insisted she was fine to save the gold, telling him not to worry because she had a new pair hidden away. Dee wished him luck that morning, promising to make his favorite meat pie for dinner. Once again, Arthur asks what the man did to her. Meanwhile, the spirits watch the veteran, 𝑨𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓, with focused eyes. This is perfect, though the spirit thinks the kid is acting just like that idiot Mordaunt. This fight is their chance to see what Arthur is truly made of. With that same smug smile, Goran calls the boy adorable. He raises a massive hand to strike the finishing blow. But the boy doesn't flinch. He stands his ground, catches the fist midair, and floors the veteran with a single move. The old spirit watches the duel with a grin. Even at his age, the kid knows a few tricks. The silence is shattered as Goran is blasted right through the manor wall. Arthur charges out after him. Goran is reeling, wondering if that move was some kind of forbidden aura technique. He'd seen the magic scrolls of the fight with Mordaunt. He thought the kid was just raw power and basic swordplay. He has to admit, the boy is leagues stronger than a second-rank knight like Sila's. Arthur, impatient and fuming, demands an answer. He wants to know what was done to his mother. The woman looks like she's under a dark spell, but Goran just scoffs that the boy must already know. I poisoned her for being a nuisance, he laughs. Put her right to sleep. He adds that if the brat is lucky, she might wake up with only a few permanent scars. But Arthur goes cold. You didn't understand me at all. Shocked, the lanky brute asks what he means. The boy asks why he would ever hurt the family of someone who's supposed to be an ally. Goran howls with laughter, calling him a naive little idiot. The man tries to land a heavy blow, but the boy weaves through the attack by a hair's breadth. The man denies being an ally to anyone. He says he's just a puppet who follows orders, and the only way to make a stray dog listen is to hold its leash. Arthur keeps dodging the onslaught, his eyes burning with a cold, quiet fury. Right in the heat of battle, he trips, a total disaster. Sir Silas seizes the moment and slams a heavy blow right into him. The knight pulls back, putting some distance between them, while Arthur feels his blood boil and his face start to burn. A nasty purple rot begins crawling across his cheek. He looks at the lanky Silas and notices wicked blades and a foul liquid dripping from his claws. Now it is the boy's turn to swallow the venom. This man can brew 1,000,000 different deaths right inside his own veins. If he truly wanted, he could wipe out everything within a 5-kilometer valley with a single breath of plague. But the king's laws stop him from doing that in the city. The toxin will end Arthur in exactly 60 seconds. Silas offers a deal, take the cure, but only if he pledges his soul to the Dark Order. But Arthur is not even listening to the offer. He finally understands why the legends call men like this walking natural disasters. Every second that ticks by, the venom crawls further through his heart. He calmly asks if the royal alchemist Warrendale is watching from within. Apologizing to the lady for the mess, he asks if she would mind preparing a cure soon. Silas is stunned. He asks who the boy is talking to, convinced that the terror of dying has finally made him lose his mind. Arthur just looks up. Do you remember that ancient grappling move I used a minute ago? He tells him it was a gift from St. Alistair, the hand of God. The older man freezes. The boy really did copy a master's move after seeing it once. And he's not finished. He's channeling the fury of Lord Valerius and the freezing spear of Baron Thorn. Then there is Archmage Eldred, the master of many bows. Arthur has memorized the scrolls of the ancestral lords so many times he knows every secret. It has been his life's dream to walk in their footsteps, and now he reveals the truth. They are all living inside him. Silas is completely rattled, trying to make sense of the madness. Arthur just shrugs. In other words, the man is nothing to be afraid of. That sets the lanky knight off. If fear will not break the boy, he promises to use pure, unadulterated agony instead. He warns that the next dose will have the boy begging for death. He exhales a cloud of rot so foul it withers the green leaves of a nearby oak. Silas sneers that if he gives up now, he will at least get the serum, even if his mind is shattered by the sheer pain. Arthur is backed into a corner, looking defenseless, but there is no fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a golden light erupts from his skin, and he lunges with the legendary fist of Tarquin, hitting Silas square in the ribs and forcing him to cough up his own lifeblood. The hero's spirits watch the clash in awe. Silas goes flying backward, but Arthur is already moving to finish the job. He switches to the Shining Heel, a move from the High King Edward, who watches the battle with a massive grin. The impact is thunderous. Silas is kicked so hard his boots literally tear through the cobblestones beneath him. Arthur keeps the pressure on. In a desperate move, Silas tries to strike with poison again, but the boy shatters his blades and lands a brutal beak strike, followed quickly by the dragon claw of Rowan. The pink-cloaked spirit can hardly believe his eyes as Arthur grabs the man. The boy finishes him with the Sky Rooter, a secret technique from Lady Lysandra. That move sends the knight spinning into the air like a toy. Silas has no idea what just happened to him. Usually, when his venom hits, victims are paralyzed by pure terror as their minds melt under the pressure of the toxin. He cannot fathom how a child broke free, but now it is time for the Mage of Truth to speak. Arthur's finger ignites with golden lightning as he casts the spell of the ancients. As he speaks the words, the bolt grows massive, striking Silas down. The ancestral lords are watching in total shock. Lord Valerius asks if they really just saw that, back when they fought the Great Machine together. They only shared their power with him once, yet here he is, copying the physics and the magic perfectly. They wonder if this is the power of the Mark of the Void. But either way, the old swordsman is absolutely thrilled. He says they must give the boy everything. After all, they are the lords of old. If they unite to train him, Arthur could become the greatest hero the kingdom has ever known. Meanwhile, scouts from 15 noble houses are sprinting through the city. They know the race is on to recruit the boy who defeated Duke Montgomery. Suddenly, a blonde figure steps out of the shadows. It is Prince Cedric, the strongest man alive. He smiles at the scouts. 15 different houses, you say? Well, in that case, we will be the last ones you see. He unleashes a blinding blast of energy. The scouts are sent crashing into the dirt. Cedric calmly picks up his communication stone to check in with Rowena. She reports that she has reached the house and finds no other knights in the area, but something has caught her eye. She tells him someone has already cleared the path. Sir Silas, a first-class elite knight and master of poisons, is lying broken and beaten right in front of Arthur's gate. Hearing this makes Cedric burst into laughter. "Incredible," he says. He knew the boy was special, but taking out an elite knight alone, that is just legendary. Alistair leans in, checking the boy for wounds or toxins. But Alaric just shakes his head. He's okay. Meanwhile, his mother lies pale and still on the velvet sofa. Alaric whispers that she's going to make it, too. Hearing the news, the old servant Rakiro sighs in relief. Without the healer's help, they'd both be in the afterlife by now. 5 seconds. That's all it took for her to purge the poison. Absolutely insane speed. The healer admits she managed to swipe a bit of Malaker's secret serum earlier. Alistair apologizes for the holdup. Ever since that fight footage leaked, every knightly house in the kingdom wants a piece of the boy. Alaric asks if Malaker lied about them being allies. Alistair just nods. It's a classic trick to mess with your head. The realm's strongest knight turns to his aide, asking if the task is finished. She gives a sharp nod. Seraphina has already mended the courtyard walls and the iron fence. Everything's fixed. Now, it's time for a real conversation inside. Alistair makes it clear they need to talk about Alaric's future. Then, the sun rises on a brand new day. His mother hovers, asking if he's got all his gear. She's worried sick. Can't blame her, especially after Alistair showed up last night wanting to recruit the boy. With a confident smirk, the legendary knight promised that the boy has untapped potential. Under his wing, he'll become the greatest knight the kingdom has ever seen. That fires up Alaric, the vessel of the ancients. I mean, getting scouted by the famous Alistair Thorne, that's the dream. But for his mother, it only brings tears. She packs him a final breakfast in a simple wooden crate, something he won't have to worry about returning. A final gift. Alaric's face is heavy with the weight of it all. She asks the hard question, will her son be in danger? Alistair doesn't sugarcoat it. He looks her in the eye and confirms her worst fears. She explains that Alaric has spent his whole life idolizing the ancient founders. That's been his only goal, to follow in their footsteps as a knight. She's so proud to be his mother, truly. But that pride, it's tangled up with pure, raw terror for his life. Alistair admits the path of a knight is treacherous. Some threats, you can't even see them coming. But he gives his word. He'll train Alaric to be a legend, just like the founders. His mother's eyes well up with hope and tears. She whispers a thank you for giving her son this chance. Later, in the carriage, Seraphina asks if he can actually keep a promise that big. Because let's be real, the future is unwritten. Through the glass, Alistair watches the final goodbye between mother and son. She's giving him the classic mom advice, don't sleep right after eating and remember to wash your tunics properly. Alistair resolves to keep his vow, but now it's time to move. Alistair promises to do his best. It's time to set off. With one last, bright smile, Alaric tells her to stay safe. And just like that, she watches her boy leave the nest. Suddenly, she calls out one more time. "Come home for the winter solstice," she begs. Alaric turns back, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Finally, Alaric steps into his new life. Alistair asks if he's truly ready for this. The boy doesn't hesitate. The vessel admits that if he looks back at her one more time, he might just lose his nerve and stay. It's a long journey to the capital, so Alistair tells him to get some rest. Eat something. Close your eyes for a bit. Alaric reaches for the bundle his mother packed. He opens the wooden crate and man, his heart just melts. It's his favorite meal from home, and right there on top, a handwritten note wishing him luck. He thinks back on everything they've survived. Every bite is a reminder of her love. Before he knows it, he's crying, mostly because it's just so damn good. Seraphina just sits there, stoic and cold as ever. Alistair just kicks back, enjoying the ride. The mountain sun is blazing down on them as they climb higher into the peaks. Alaric stares out the window, wondering where they are. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 smiles. Welcome to the Inner Circle, a secret royal agency reserved for the most elite knights in the realm. They call it the Order of the Silent Decree. Welcome, kid. You're at headquarters now. Alaric wonders what that name even means. Little does he know, eyes are already watching them from the high windows above. He's here, a man whispers from the shadows. The new recruit has arrived. A woman sipping tea looks up, curious about their new teammate. One of the younger knights grins. New blood always makes things interesting. A fiery redhead isn't convinced. He wants to see if this kid has what it takes. Because in the Silent Decree, you have to earn your place. This is Alaric's next big hurdle. He starts firing off questions, desperate to know what he's stepped into. He catches himself and apologizes. Sorry, I have no idea what any of this is. He expected a normal nightly house, not this. Serafina actually apologizes for the secrecy. It's a royal secret, after all. They couldn't breathe a word of it to his mother. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 tells him to go drop his gear off at the barracks. The aide offers to help with his bags, but Alaric politely declines. Suddenly, whoosh, a boy appears out of thin air, offering to be his guide. Without warning, the kid lunges. He strikes at the vessel, but his eyes widen when Alaric actually blocks the blow. Alaric realizes this guy is no joke. The strange boy leaps back, landing with the perfect grace of a seasoned warrior. He introduces himself as Sir Tristan Vance, a high-ranking member of the Fate Breakers. Watching the sparks fly, Lord Sterling calmly asks Lady Alina to serve some tea. He's clearly planning to enjoy every second of this fight. Alistair Thorne is confused, though. He points out they're part of the same guild, so why on earth is Tristan attacking him? The answer? Simple. Tristan says this is the best way to teach him how things work in the kingdom, and a perfect chance to see if his skills are actually legit. Our dark-haired hero stays purely on the defensive, while Tristan keeps the pressure on with a barrage of attacks. Alistair manages to block a heavy kick, but man, he can definitely feel the bone-shattering force behind that impact. Amidst the chaos, the blonde knight asks if Alistair wants to know the secret history of how the Fate Breakers were first formed. Meanwhile, Alistair is low-key amazed that this guy can fight like a demon while holding a full conversation. Tristan asks for his name, and finally, Alistair introduces himself properly. Back at the table, Lord Sterling is just calmly sipping his tea. He's reminiscing about how the boy cleared the knight's exam and then crushed that bonus trial. After that, he was pushed to his limits by an S-rank champion, and now he's being put through the ringer right here at headquarters. It's almost like the poor kid was born just to be tested. Lady Alina sighs, saying there's probably no cure for that kind of luck, but she reminds Sterling that he's the one who brought the boy into this mess in the first place. In the heat of the duel, Tristan asks what a knight's true purpose is. Alistair doesn't miss a beat. He says their job is to hunt down and eliminate the abyssal beasts that crawl out of dimensional rifts. That's the correct answer, and it earns him a genuine smile from the blonde knight. To take it a step further, Tristan calls them a specialized kind of exterminator. But then he drops a heavy question about other calamities, which leaves our young hero looking pretty lost. So, Tristan explains that occasionally, horrors appear that make standard rifts look like nothing. We're talking about world-ending events like the Siege of Blackwood 10 years ago or the Southern Breach from 5 years back. Alistair is stunned. He honestly thought those disasters were just caused by massive dimensional rifts, but boy, was he wrong. Tristan hasn't forgotten there in a duel, though. He tells him that the rift story is just what they teach in schools and what the common folk are told to keep them from panicking. But the real truth, that's much darker. Before he spills the beans, Tristan takes the opening to launch another blistering attack. Things are way different than the official history books say. Meanwhile, the entire courtyard shakes from the sheer force of their clash. The massive oak tree Alistair was using for cover is absolutely pulverized by a single kick. These weren't just accidents, they were full-scale invasions from another realm. We're talking about a crisis on the same level as the obsidian spire that appeared 300 years ago. Alastair is completely floored by this. And get this, the worst part is that those creatures from the other side still haven't given up on conquering their world. Someone from that dark dimension has been watching them all this time, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. For some reason, the sovereigns of this era are weaker than those from the time of the Spire. And only a handful are as powerful as the ancient lords. That's exactly why the Fate Breakers exist. Those gifted with the sight of the future do everything they can to predict the next disaster before it happens. A tiny group of elite warriors does the impossible to stop these prophecies from coming true. That's where the Fate Breakers come in. Lord Sterling looks on, looking pretty damn proud of how this conversation is going. But Alastair wants to be 100% sure he's got this right. He asks if the Fate Breakers are essentially an organization that fights against destiny itself. Tristan confirms it with a grin. He mentions that nobody else has ever been able to block that many of his kicks in a row. With a massive smile, he says it's a pleasure to finally meet him and welcomes him to the fold. Lord Sterling is clearly loving the vibe. Suddenly, Tristan shouts out to everyone, announcing that Alastair has officially passed his test. But wait, something has been lurking in the shadows. It's the other ancient sovereigns from the unit. Tristan looks toward the darkness and asks if Alastair is truly one of them now. They vanish without saying a single word, which even surprises Lord Sterling. Tristan then jokes that maybe they'll have to test the boy's potential themselves later on. With the formalities over, Tristan decides to show him around the grounds while helping carry his trunk to the knight's quarters. It doesn't take long for the sun to set. Alastair is finally alone in his private room, trying to process everything. He thinks about the Order's mission, how whenever a prophecy of doom appears, it's their job to draw steel and make sure that future never happens. He wonders if a calamity as bad as the Spire will return, the kind of threat that took every ancient lord to stop, and if he'll ever be strong enough to face it. He's starting to spiral into worry when suddenly Lord Valerius appears out of nowhere, telling him the best cure for anxiety is to train until you drop. This catches Alastair completely off guard. He nearly jumps out of his skin. It's not just the legendary swordsman there. Either other famous heroes have gathered in his room. Valerius explains he didn't get to tell him earlier because of all the chaos, but he's here to deliver the Sovereign's ultimatum. The decision is final. They're going to turn Alastair into the most powerful sovereign in the history of the kingdom, surpassing Sterling and every legend before him. After all, he has the potential to be the greatest of all time. So, they want Alastair Thorne to study directly under the ancient lords. The boy is absolutely speechless. He asks these legendary heroes if they really want him as their personal disciple, still trying to wrap his head around the why. I mean, can you blame him? He honestly thought all they wanted was to hijack his body for themselves. Valerius chuckles and says he wouldn't mind that, but then they'd all have to kill each other to decide who gets him. Alastair quickly begs them not to start a civil war on his account. Alaric admits it. Their first plan was just to use his body as a vessel, but seeing him in the thick of battle, that changed everything. Why waste a vessel when you can forge a weapon? The primordial lords are all in on the new plan. They've decided it's way more interesting to actually train the boy. Alaric leans in, asking if Arthur remembers that toxic assassin he took down. He'd only seen those dark arts once, just a glimpse. Yet somehow, the boy mimicked them perfectly. Sure, the strikes weren't as sharp as the original lords, but he won the fight. That's what matters. Alaric asks him flat out, does he have any idea how insane that actually is? Maybe it's that mark of the void etched into his soul, or maybe it's something more. But the swordsman sees the truth. Arthur's real gift, he's a sponge for power. He absorbs abilities faster than the primordial lords ever could. In that way, he's better than them. Hearing those words from Alaric, it breaks Arthur. He just starts crying. Suddenly, he's back in those cold exam halls, drowning in his own memories. He remembers the laughter, the whispers that he was a hopeless case. What's he even trying to do? No one, not a single soul, ever believed in him. Loser, failure, the words haunted him. Arthur was the only one in the kingdom's history to fail the knight's trials 3 times in a row. Everyone judged him. They kept asking the same thing. Why don't you just give up already? Even the town criers didn't care who he was. And Cedric, the man who tried to eliminate him, he didn't even bother to learn Arthur's name. No one saw a future for him, not until he met this crew. Lady Madeline was the first to tell his mother the truth, that the boy had world-shaking potential. And Alaric, he said it out loud. Arthur had the spark to become the greatest transcendent knight the world had ever seen. After a lifetime of dirt, he wonders, is this real? Crying his eyes out, Arthur finally asks, am I actually allowed to be happy just once in my life? Dee looked up to these legends for years. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he'd be standing right in front of them. But here they are, the primordial lords telling him they believe in him. Alaric looks at the boy's messy reaction and, despite himself, lets a small smile slip. Then he asks the boy the obvious question, why the tears? After all, they're literally bound to his soul. They live through him. And while Arthur sleeps, that's when they're truly free from the shackles of time and space. Alaric's got big plans. Massive. From here on out, it's 100 hours of training every single day. By day, the boy will help the Order fight against the omens. But the knights, those belong to the lords. They're going to forge him while he sleeps. Starting now, rest is a luxury Arthur doesn't have. Alaric looks him in the eye. I assume you're already ready for this. Arthur takes a breath, tears still falling, and nods. To learn from legends like them, it's the highest honor he could ever imagine. The meeting ends under the moonlight, and before they know it, morning breaks. Leo is already up, ears straining to catch the sounds of the castle waking up. Footsteps, someone's coming. With a grin, Leo turns to greet his friend. Arthur wishes him a groggy good morning, but Leo immediately notices it. The dark-haired boy looks like he's been dragged through hell and back. Arthur mumbles something about adjusting to being a vessel. Leo just laughs. His first day with the Order was a total nightmare too. But then, Leo feels it, something's different. There's a faint, shimmering aura radiating off Arthur. Leo's eyes go wide. Oh boy, he realizes what's happening. Leo tests him with a snap kick, but Arthur just dodges, effortlessly. The former failure just smiles, says he's still waking up, and tells Leo he'll see him in the Great Hall. Leo is left standing there, completely floored by it all. That kick was way faster than yesterday, but Arthur dodged it like it was nothing. Strange. Anyway, everyone gathers for breakfast in the Order's dining hall. Arthur and Leo are hunting for a seat, and Leo's pumped to see a prime spot open. But wait, someone's already there. Leo plays it cool, politely asking the girl if they can join. She doesn't even look up from her plate. Leo shrugs and pulls Arthur into a chair next to him. It clicks for Arthur. This is her, one of the elite warriors Leo warned him about. She finally speaks. You must be the new brat. Yeah, she's definitely not happy to see him. Arthur tries to be nice and introduces himself with a smile. She cuts him off instantly. She doesn't care. She doesn't even want to hear his name. She points her fork right at his throat, dead serious. I'll call you by name when you actually prove you're worth the breath. Training's over. It's time to deal with a real omen, and she makes it clear, Arthur's going to be involved in this one too. Back in the year 1445, the first tome of omens was unearthed in the frozen wastes. Buried under 2 miles of solid ice, it was recovered by a lone wanderer. The title was written in a messy, childlike scrawl. Inside, horrific descriptions of every calamity destined to shatter the world over the next 80 years. The big question is, do they actually believe in these prophecies? Arthur apologizes for pivoting, but he still doesn't know her name. She brushes it off. Names don't matter, just answer the damn question. He tells her the truth. He believes because the prophecies have already started coming true. She glares at him with those sharp lilac eyes. Don't play stupid. If even one of those had fully come to pass, the entire world would be ash by now. That thought, terrifying. Arthur turns to Leo, desperate. How many more of these prophecies even exist? Alistair just smirks and says there are about 200 of them. That terrifies the poor guy even more. I mean, does that mean the world could just end at any second? Lady Alara steps in to calm him down, revealing that the Watchers have already managed to neutralize about 180 of those threats. Our hero brings the conversation back to why commoners actually believe in these omens, but the purple-eyed noblewoman mentions the legendary seeker who first found the Tome of Ruin. His name was Sir Bernard Russell. She asks if Julian has any idea what that man saw when he finally cracked open the first page. It absolutely stunned him. Right there, in black and white, was a personal greeting with his own name and a step-by-step guide on how he'd find the book. Down in the heart of the capital city, Londinium, a medium-sized rift between worlds has just torn open. Alara walks right up to it, ignoring the royal guards who are shouting at her to stay back from the restricted zone. Not a single person in her group listens to the authorities. She just starts listing off major disasters, the Third Great War, the dark side of the moon mystery. Biological plagues, and that massive flying tree. All of them were world-ending events that were only stopped by high-ranking transcendent knights. Honestly, Alara herself was the one who just cleared up that whole pandemonium disaster recently. Look, the Tome of Ruin isn't the only cursed prophecy out there. There are tons of them scattered across the land. To track, study, and kill these threats before they happen, the Order of the Shield was formed, and they're still the only thing standing between us and oblivion. They use a 4-tier risk system. Level 1 is just neighborhood trouble, but Level 4, that's the global annihilation category. Julian asks if they're heading into the rift to kill another prophecy, and she just shrugs. Totally normal day at the office for a member of the Order. Sensing them coming, a knight in silver plate warns his squad, thinking these newcomers are just reckless commoners wandering into a death trap. He shouts for them to get back because, seriously, things are about to get very ugly. Alara doesn't even blink. She explains they're looking at a Level 3 prophecy, a medium-tier threat. Apparently, it was written in the Gilded Anthology, a third-class book of omens. Suddenly, the rift explodes open, leaving everyone, guards included, absolutely terrified and confused. Right on cue, high-rank monsters start pouring out of the void. Captain Sterling draws his sword, and his mages fire the first barrier, but those humanoid wolves are already ripping everything apart. He realizes his B and C rank knights are way out of their league here. It's going to be a bloodbath. Plus, he can feel a sickening energy in the air. The boss is coming. He looks over at the strangers, expecting them to be screaming. But they're perfectly calm. Sterling yells at them again, saying there's no reason for civilians to be standing in the middle of a war zone. Alara just ignores him and summons her relic, the mercurial steel. Liquid metal flows around her hand, instantly shaping itself into a dozen floating blades. The wolves lunge at the crowd, but they're instantly skewered by her spears. Within seconds, not a single beast is left standing. Then it's time for Alistair, the yellow lightning, to shine. He moves like a blur, kicking every monster in his path with bone-shattering force. Sterling is floored. Who are these people? They're way beyond his level, and he's supposed to be an S-rank grandmaster. Alara looks him dead in the eye and tells him that, right now, he is the civilian, not them. Sterling notices their insignias. He suspects they're from a secret royal organization. Suddenly, massive claws and glowing eyes, way scarier than the smaller wolves, emerge from the darkness of the rift. Even our heroes realize this is the real deal. This thing is at least an S-rank nightmare. It's the legendary beast, Grendel. As they charge, Sterling screams for them to watch out, completely terrified. They swarm the monster from every angle, but Alistair realizes his kicks aren't doing a thing. It feels like hitting solid stone. The beast has armor that resists physical strikes. Grendel lets out a roar and lunges straight for Alara. She throws up her liquid shield, but suddenly, Julian flashes right in front of her. The boy is radiating a massive, golden aura. He stops the giant wolf's charge with nothing but his bare hand. The beast tries to push through, but every time it moves, its own armor just shatters. Boom, a massive shockwave rocks the entire area. The aftermath of the fight leaves everyone in complete shock. That was a point-blank execution. Alistair just nods, saying that's exactly how you handle a beast like that. Alistair is still trying to process how Julian killed an S-rank monster in one hit, even if he did sense something weird about the kid this morning. It's insane. Julian has become unbelievably stronger since yesterday. It's like he's a different person. But Alara kills the vibe immediately, scolding Julian for not telling her what he was planning to do first. Julian knows the trick. Against physical armor, you have to focus your energy and destroy them from the inside out. He learned that technique just last night from Master Thorn, the legendary fist. It's the basic fist strike, but Julian can't believe it actually worked so well on his first try. He snaps out of it and turns to the girl. He asks if she'd finally mind telling him her name. Since, it's easier to coordinate once they're inside the rift. She finally gives in and introduces herself as Lady Alara of House Shinomiya. No time to chat, though Alistair is already back at it, kicking through the remaining pack while Alara's liquid metal tears the rest of the wolves apart. Lady Alara unleashes the Quicksilver rejection. Seeing the absolute carnage, Sir Julian mutters that Arthur was right all along. Alara nods, finally realizing that striking these beasts from the inside is the only way. Then, she signals the newcomer to move. Time to end this. Baron Thorn thinks they've gone completely mad. After all, the abyssal breach leads to a nightmare dimension, the kind of place only a suicide seeker would enter. But Arthur doesn't hesitate for a second. He dives straight into the fractured world, leaving the Baron standing there like a total amateur. He's never seen warriors like these three. He wonders if they really belong to that legendary secret order from the rumors. More dire wolves lunge from the shadows. Alara notices they're the exact same monsters that crawled out of the breach. She's done wasting time. She transmutes her Quicksilver into a storm of spears, skewering everything in every direction. Arthur is floored by her raw talent, but Julian explains that when it comes to wiping out whole armies, Alara is in a league of her own. Suddenly, a massive armored beast appears. Alara calls for Julian, who is already moving to strike. Before the monster can even swing, he vaults into the air, mocking the beast from the high rafters. Julian is a blur of speed with his rapid-fire strikes. The display leaves Arthur impressed, but now it's his turn to play his part. With a focused breath, Arthur mirrors the knight's lethal footwork. Julian beams. His friend is actually copying his techniques flawlessly. They're in the zone now, sprinting forward without a moment's pause. But Alara can't see the path ahead, and that usually means a nightmare is waiting. Arthur, acting as the vessel for the sage, feels a sudden chill. What is this massive, hollowed-out hall? Then they hear it. Something is coming. Every single footstep makes the very foundation of the world shudder. Arthur yells a warning. The thing is colossal and terrifying. Julian realizes they've found the master of the abyss. The monster lets out a bone-chilling roar. They're facing a blind behemoth, and it's massive. Alara stays calm. Finally, she says, the true king of this ruin has arrived. Without a second of hesitation, she invokes her Trinity Requiem. A halo of light traps the giant creature. Radiant blades erupt from the glow. It's her ultimate spell, the Golden Sovereign. Alara has one absolute rule. Whenever a powerful enemy stands in her way, she crushes it with her strongest attack immediately. She strains to hold the seal on the boss, shouting for the others to deliver the final blow for her. Julian steps up, wishing he had her flair for the dramatic. "Don't you worry, my lady," he says. "I'm here to finish this." Meanwhile, Arthur watches the duo's onslaught, but something's wrong. He knows this type of attack won't work. Julian gets uneasy, and Alara snaps. Is he really critiquing her power? Then the behemoth moves, proving Arthur was right the whole time. The creature's counterblast is pure devastation. A single shockwave levels part of the massive hall. Despite their barrage, there isn't even a single scratch on the beast. Panic sets in as they realize the danger. But inside Arthur's mind, Master Alistair remarks that Alara is remarkably gifted. Arthur is confused by the comment, but the sage explains. She has the casting speed, the precision, and the style of a master. It's rare to witness such incredible magical skill in someone so young. The ancient alchemist gives her strategy top marks. Under normal circumstances, she would have ended this fight in seconds. But there's one major flaw. She ignored the fact that the boss is completely immune to physical force. Arthur asks how they're supposed to kill it. Instead of explaining, the sage decides to give him a demonstration. Unaware of the internal dialogue, Julian figures out the immunity. Alara curses, if only they had brought a high mage. But she doesn't know Arthur has a trump card. Master Alistair takes control of Arthur's body to show the young lady how it's done. The Quicksilver is launched with even more terrifying force. It sticks to the monster like molten lead, pinning it to the floor. Alara watches the display, feeling a genuine chill run down her spine. She demands to know how he's using her own ability, but the alchemist in control just calls her a fool. Physical hits, worthless here. He explains that this is what happens when you specialize too much in just one thing. She still has a lot to learn. A true alchemist must master all states of matter and use them according to the situation. With the Quicksilver under his command, he makes the monster's temperature skyrocket as if it were being boiled in a cauldron. Alistair is attacking with pure heat instead of force, making the liquid metal reach a boiling point. Still thinking it's just Arthur, Alara can't believe he can manipulate temperature with such effortless ease. Meanwhile, the sage tells Arthur he's so impressed with Alara that he wants to make her his apprentice. The monster collapses, dead. Its defeat fulfills the third prophecy, written in the Codex of Gilded Prophecies. Alaric stares at the floating message. Congratulations, the great blind beast is dead. The hunt is over. Mission complete. Everyone is cheering, but Lady Alara is stuck in shock. How? Transcendents are only supposed to master the specific skills of their noble mark. She thought Alaric was just a standard knight like Sir Cedric, but he's something else entirely. As she's spiraling, the boy reaches out. He grins, repeating his name and telling her to remember it. Alara bristles. It feels like a total insult. But she has no choice. She has to accept him now. Seeing her relent makes Cedric beam. Finally, their elite squad is a real team. Outside the abyssal breach, Captain Thorne and his men wait in the cold until the portal starts to flicker and fail. Something is happening. Suddenly, Alaric walks out of the rift. Cedric follows, helping Alara through the collapsing gateway. The soldiers look on, absolutely stunned. They actually made it out alive. The breach vanishes for good. Now it's just paperwork. Thorne approaches Alaric, thanking him for saving his entire squad from certain death. The captain is dying to know who they are and what went down in that darkness. But he knows their top secret. Alara steps forward. When you write your report, just draw the sacred sigils, she says. Do that, and the High Council won't ask a single question. Thorne agrees, offering to send word if the rifts return, but the purple-eyed girl shuts him down. It's a rare event, she says. She tells him straight, they won't meet again, so go back to your quiet life. Thorne just laughs, realizing that next to these warriors, he's just a civilian. May 11th. In a remote mountain hamlet in the northern provinces, a bolt of red lightning shatters the sky. Something dark is brewing there. Back at the Order's headquarters, Alara mentions the report, but Cedric stops her. They've been summoned to the High Lab. Conference Room 3 is eerily silent. Then they feel it. Someone is watching. Two figures are there, and Lord Julian, the arrogant redhead, calls out to Alara. What took so long? He sneers. It was only a level 3 skirmish. Alaric recognizes him immediately, the guy from his evaluation. He tells the redhead to back off. You're not the leader here, Alaric snaps. He looks at the Grand Director. Why are we here? The director shows them a sketch from the interpretation team. Alara frowns. Is that a lump of charcoal? No, it's an ancient prophecy tome, recovered from a volcanic peak. Deciphering it was almost impossible. Alaric is curious. How did they even read the charred remains? It was new arcane scrying tech, the director explains. They decoded a fragment, and it points directly to Albion. Alara is reeling, a completely new prophecy. Alaric asks if that's unusual. Cedric's face says it all. He's never heard of such a thing in his life. The Order is famous for hoarding prophecies from across the globe, but a brand new one. That's unheard of. Julian turns to the director. He knows what's coming. They're being sent in to investigate. The director nods. The veteran knights are all deployed on the front lines. These 4 are the only ones free. Do the initial scout, he says. Details will follow by carrier. Alaric can't believe it. Another mission, immediately. For the others, it's just another day. The rookie finally realizes how brutal this job really is. Julian accepts the task, instantly calling the others his subordinates. Alara looks like she wants to scream. There's no danger rating for this prophecy yet. Be cautious, they're told. If the omens start to manifest, they aren't to fight. They wait for the heavy hitters. Alaric goes quiet, a mission into the unknown. It's nerve-wracking. Julian tells them to get some sleep so they don't fail. Alara snaps back. You're not my boss, and I don't need rest. Alaric's not having it. He's closing his eyes for a few minutes, and even Cedric agrees. Alara's stubbornness is her only enemy. She tries to stay awake, she really does. But the battle is lost. She's out. Suddenly, a shout. Alara jumps awake, panicked, screaming that she wasn't sleeping. She starts yelling at Alaric for not waking her, but he just tells her to look. Look at the world. She freezes. Massive, blood-red pillars are erupting everywhere. Cedric's voice is heavy. This is bad. The prophecy isn't a warning anymore. It's happening, right now. Alara stares in horror. It's the largest magic circle she's ever seen. Those pillars, they contain the remains of the 23 villagers from the report. Arthur finds the whole thing chillingly similar to the Vanishing Manor incident in the Duchy of Westbury, where a rift to another dimension nearly tore the world apart. Suddenly, the ancient stone pillars ignite with a ghostly glow. Alistair yells that they're out of time, while Hugo frantically asks what the plan is. Arthur draws his blade, declaring they're going to crush this prophecy before it breathes, but Alistair quickly reminds him of the commander's strict orders. A massive pressure drops behind them and everyone freezes. That suffocating, powerful aura, it's coming from Julian, as always. With a smirk, the boy asks if they're ready to dance. The violet-eyed girl is floored. Hugo even mutters that the kid is twice as strong as he was at breakfast. Arthur doesn't need to hear more. No more waiting. He leaps into the fray, shouting for the rest of them to keep up. A knight born in the canyons doesn't waste time whining about who's in charge, especially while those pillars are blinding everyone with an even fiercer light. Then the mage catches a scent. I haven't smelled that rot in ages. Roland nods. It's a stench they'd both encountered back when they were still among the living. A crimson light bleeds from a cracked headstone, and then a hand, pale and clawed, bursting through the dirt. The ancestral lords recognize it instantly, the stench of a forbidden curse. The prophecy is clear. When the blood moon fades, the beast wakes, and it must be dragged back to the abyss. The one behind it, the immortal and master sorcerer, Lord 𝑨𝒍𝒍. A monster who led a horrific massacre during the Age of Kings, 𝑨𝒍𝒍 was eventually put down by his own companion, the High Archon. He'd stumbled into a specific hamlet centuries ago, gasping that his time was short, but a 1,000-year slumber was just a nap before his return. And so he will be reborn as the Dread King, the master of shadows, and the devourer of all living things. Before his first death, 𝑨𝒍𝒍 cast a final, horrific spell, sacrificing every soul within the circle to fuel his future resurrection. Their mission: stop the new prophecy written in the Ledger of Damnation. The boss is a god-tier threat, 𝑨𝒍𝒍 himself. The sorcerer scowls, clearly annoyed. He didn't expect to wake up with so little juice, so he decides he's going to need a few more sacrifices. He realizes the world is even darker than it was 1,000 years ago. Still, he can smell it, fresh prey, right nearby. He slams his hand down, triggering the circle of ruin. A shockwave rips through the clearing. Julian screams for his friends, but Hugo tells him to focus. The others can handle themselves. It's the rookie who spots the real danger, warning them about the horror crawling up from beneath. Neither of them saw it coming, but magic circles erupt under their feet. Rotting hands shoot out, locking them in the snare of the damned. Trapped, they can't believe their eyes. How is he spamming high-level abilities like this? There's no delay, just endless magic. This sorcerer is on another level, and taking him down will be a nightmare. Silas narrows his eyes as Julian lunges for a strike, but he slips away like smoke. The boy tries the same heavy blow Hugo uses, but it's a total whiff. Silas sneers, claiming he sees the spark in the boy, but says it's unrefined before trapping him in a shimmering cage of light. But wait, the boss realizes something is wrong. Julian just walks out. He used the swift step, one of the very first tricks he ever learned, to blink right through the trap. Silas scrambles to defend, but the force of the clash sends the boy spinning into the air. For Silas, it wasn't a bad effort, but Arthur, he's already seen his opening and is ready to move. Cold and silent, Arthur draws his dagger and catches the sorcerer off guard with a gilded flare strike. The redhead isn't playing around. Silas dodges, laughing it off as a waste of time. He's actually finding this amusing, but Arthur already knew it would take more than that to bring him down. So he triggers the thistle strike. Raining blades. Silas looks amused. He watches as the attack splits into 100 shimmering needles of light. Arthur holds his ground, blocking the countersurge perfectly. Silas actually looks impressed, admitting the man is truly strong. Meanwhile, Julian is watching, heart pounding. Who is this guy? Silas is a different breed of monster compared to anyone he's ever fought. He feels more dangerous than the ancestral lords, even stronger than 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓. Julian's mind is racing. What's the play here? Someone shouts his name. His friends are finally breaking free. A canyon knight growls at him. Don't just stand there, kid. Get in the fight. Silas has had enough. Stay out of my way. He waves his hand, and a dozen magic circles burn into the ground. Skeletal spirits, hungry and howling, burst out. They charge the group, but it's not enough to break them. Not yet. These things are beasts. Each one is tougher than a minotaur, and there are 3 of them blocking the path. Julian's hand starts to glow, his face finally showing some real confidence. Silas just scoffs. Poor little boy, all alone now. But it looks like the redhead doesn't need backup as he lands his first cut. He makes it crystal clear. Help is the last thing he wants. Suddenly, a voice tells him to move. Step back, Arthur. I've got this one alone. The redhead sneers. The only thing in this world you can count on is your own steel. Silas laughs. Finally, someone who gets it. I don't need anyone either. I'm going to swallow you all whole. The sorcerer stops holding back. Arthur grits his teeth, pushing his body to the absolute limit just to stay alive. Then a voice calls out. Julian is there to help, the mark of the void burning like a sun on his skin. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 stares in disbelief. What on earth is this brat doing back here? And his grave wraiths, where did they go? While the other 2 knights are still locked in a desperate struggle, the 3rd wraith is gone. Half its body has been completely vaporized. This kid actually took the monster down. But he's not done. He lunges forward, burying a massive fist into the Dark Lord himself. The sheer force of it, unreal. Even Lord Silas is stunned. Arthur just looks at him and says, Stop trying to be a hero alone. The sorcerer downs a vial of glowing elixir to recover. Arthur knows the truth. If they don't fight as one, they're all dead. Moonlight floods the battlefield. Silas is frozen, staring at him. Not even the legendary Sir Hans or Lady Anya could clear those monsters that fast. Their own battles are still raging. The red-haired noble can't wrap his head around it. How did this boy pull off such a feat? But pride is a dangerous thing. Silas scoffs. He doesn't need help, not from some commoner, not from anyone. He's going to end this bastard solo if it's the last thing he does. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 just grins. Perfect. A little one-on-one playtime with a dying noble. Silas barely rolls away in time. Then, boom, 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒓 unleashes a judgment ray. Arthur is caught in the shockwave and sent flying, while the sorcerer's laughter echoes through the ruins. Silas doesn't waste a heartbeat. He lunges for an opening while the boss is distracted. The entire area is a wasteland now, scorched by the Dark Lord's power. Arthur is hurting bad. He's struggling just to find his feet again. Suddenly, the world shifts. He's in a dreamscape. "Why am I here?" he gasps. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 explains that he blacked out for a second, so they pulled his spirit in for a quick talk. Arthur tries to speak, but the agony. It hits him like a tidal wave, cutting off his words. No time for chatting. He needs to get back to the front lines. But his masters, they want him to stop. He can't believe what he's hearing. Back in reality, the clash rages on. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏𝒕𝒔 mocks 𝑨𝒍𝒍, claiming they're two sides of the same coin. It rattles 𝑨𝒍𝒍. He knows deep down his strength isn't enough to end this. The sorcerer sneers, telling him he was right not to drag anyone else into this suicide mission. "It makes it easier to devour you alone," he hisses. Then he cranks up the heat. Attacks rain down like hellfire, and 𝑨𝒍𝒍 is drowning in the pressure. He pours every ounce of mana into his sword. One more swing. He has to make this count. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏 is having the time of his life. It's been centuries since I've had this much fun. 𝒨𝒍𝒍 is literally fighting for his soul. Inside the mindscape, 𝑨𝒍𝒍 admits 𝒨𝒍𝒍 is stronger than the other knights. But against a sorcerer like 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏, he's a fly against a hurricane. Arthur doesn't stand a chance yet. Lady Alara drops the bombshell. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏 is casting an ancient, forbidden necromancy spell, the ultimate form of resurrection. If he were in the heart of the capital right now, he'd have enough souls to crown himself the Demon King. If he eats Arthur's soul, it's over for everyone. That's why she tells him to focus only on survival. This wasn't supposed to happen. The prophecy was a total wild card, and it was pure bad luck that Arthur was the one assigned to it. 𝒍𝒍 offers a way out. "Lend us your body, we'll fight in your place." But Arthur refuses. "This isn't a drill," he growls. "This is a real battle." He knows the world won't always give him challenges tailored to his strengths. If he runs now, he'll never be ready for the future. With a confident smirk, the boy looks at his masters for confirmation. Alara still hates the risk, it's too dangerous. But 𝒍𝒍, he starts laughing. He knows the kid is right, the resolve is set. After all, his goal isn't just to survive. It's to surpass every legend that came before him. 𝒍𝒍 nods, showing his support. "Give it your all, apprentice." Alara relents, telling him to use every trick they taught him to stop that sorcerer at any cost. "Count on it," Arthur promises. He turns his back on the old legends and faces the darkness. He won't let them down. He sprints back into the fray, heart pounding with pure adrenaline. 𝒍𝒍 couldn't be prouder of his student's fire. Back at the fight, 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏 is mocking the noble. "Out of tricks already, little lord." He lands a devastating blow. 𝒨𝒍𝒍 barely escapes with his life. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏 raises his hand, declaring it's time for the end. 𝒨𝒍𝒍 grips his hilt, refusing to quit. But in the back of his mind, he wonders, is this really how it ends? Suddenly, a hand grabs his blade. 𝒨𝒍𝒍 jumps. It's Arthur. "Mind if I borrow this for a minute?" 𝒨𝒍𝒍 is speechless. What is wrong with this kid? Every time you think he's done, he does something even more insane. Arthur hits the ground running, momentum building. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏 is already charging his next world-ending blast. The judgment ray fires. Arthur doesn't flinch. He enters the Lionheart stance, preparing to play his final ace. Tempest cleave. The two massive energies scream toward each other, about to collide. The power is overwhelming. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒆𝒏's eyes go wide. Who are you?" The boy just smirks. "I'm Arthur Penn, the man who's going to surpass every legend you've ever known." 𝒍𝒍 looks at Alara. "So, who wins?" she sighs, watching the chaos. "Honestly, at this point all we can do is wait and see." But 𝒍𝒍 knows Arthur isn't a fool. Did the kid actually learn something new during that nap in the carriage? He grins. The kid definitely has a plan. And Arthur, he's just getting started. Arthur watches the young knight charge the enemy head-on. Our boy's sword moves with a speed that says he's destined for legendary greatness. Even the dark sorcerer is stunned, wondering where on earth this brat came from. Arthur recalls the hot-headed youth's insistence on working together, only for that arrogant redhead to pivot and demand he fight alone. It's a bit annoying, honestly. But for now, Arthur can only watch as Alistair holds his own against the Dark Lord. Suddenly, blood-red spheres erupt. The sorcerer's forbidden cursed ember magic is out in full force. Alistair barely dodges the explosions, but the spells curve in midair, relentlessly hunting him down like a predator. Realizing these homing strikes won't stop until they hit home, Alistair stands his ground and prepares a countermove. Sir Oswald watches with a proud smile. His students' grueling training is finally paying off in the heat of battle. Alistair slams his boot into the earth, triggering a shockwave that pulls a massive stone shield right out of the ground. The wall absorbs the red blasts, making Lord Malachor scoff at the foolish attempt to hide behind rocks. Alistair, however, remains laser-focused. He stacks more defenses as the impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Even Malachor is shocked to see the weakling still standing. He's applying every trick Sir Edmund taught him, combining high-speed footwork with a flash of reflected light to vanish and reappear right behind the dark mage. Alistair lunges, his blade biting deep into the sorcerer's robe. Malachor is reeling. How can this kid be this powerful? Desperate, the villain unleashes the circle of ruin and turns his back, but Alistair somehow escapes the chaos. He can't slip up now. It's time to use every single basic lesson he's ever mastered. He charges in for a feint, dodging the sorcerer's counter while landing a brutal hit in the process. Malachor admits the boy is clever, but he still thinks Alistair lacks the raw power to truly be a threat. He's curious just how many more tricks this brat has. High above, the elders watch the scene unfold. They're analyzing his moves, realizing he's using tactics meant for slaying beasts against a sentient mage. Nobody expected him to evolve this quickly. The mentor stays glued to the fight, watching her student face his former ally. Malachor laughs, calling the boy entertaining, before chanting a forbidden spell that makes the elders turn pale. A nearby paladin, still battling a skeletal horror, feels a sudden, bone-chilling shift in the air. A gargantuan shadow looms over the battlefield, filling everyone with pure, unadulterated dread. A colossal, rotting, three-headed skull erupts. Malachor thanks Alistair for the fun, but tells him he's just not good enough. The end, the sorcerer declares. His masters scream for him to run, sensing the coming slaughter. Alistair stands frozen, the echoes of his past failures ringing in his ears. He knows Malachor is right. He simply isn't strong enough. But he refuses to quit. He digs deep, desperately searching for a way to break his limits one more time. In his mind, a ghostly voice offers a lesson, a simple, fundamental spell for this exact moment. Ignis, a small spark flickers in his hand. The Sun Guard style is all about the perfect blend of form and force, while the Gale Force strike is designed to cleave through anything in its path. As he prepares to swing, there is zero fear in his eyes, only a cold focus on the enemy's life force. He looks like a completely different person now, wreathed in roaring, golden flames. The old mage is speechless. Even Baron Roderick can't look away from the spectacle. Malachor better be ready. This is the birth of Alistair Vance's own legendary move, the Glimmering Blade. The sorcerer is hit instantly, his massive bone shield shattering like glass under the pressure. The future legend is no longer the weaker man. Alistair remembers his master's words about the nature of true power. Baron Roderick once explained that power looks different to everyone, like a single, tensioned thread. All that matters is cutting where the tension is highest. Now, Alistair has to show the world exactly what he sees. Total concentration. He searches through the chaos for the faint flicker of Malachor's life essence. Through the gale, he sees the villain's soul as a dim, flickering lamp. But Alistair's own fire, it's a raging sun. With one glimmering blade, the bone giant is pulverized and the sorcerer is sliced clean in half. His masters are utterly speechless. He's done it, perfectly fusing the art of the sword with the power of the arcane. The court alchemist is losing his mind with excitement, calling the whole display absolutely fascinating. He finally sees Alistair's true gift. the genius ability to swap between styles in the blink of an eye. At first, he brushed it off, but if our boy can actually fuse those two powers together, man, we're talking about a total game changer. Lord Roland finds his new squire a bit of a mystery, but the High Mage remembers his background in alchemy, and if she's right, things are about to get wild. It turns out the Order completely underestimated what these students could do. Lady Alina asks if it's truly wise to train young Arthur, but the veteran knight doesn't hesitate. They need to push him to see exactly where his limit lies. Meanwhile, Arthur looks absolutely spent. The Dark Sorcerer, he was literally sliced in two. But get this, the villain's fluid starts bubbling, and right before their eyes, his missing half-just grows back. It only took a split second. Sir Vane admits that if he'd lost his head, it would have been game over, especially since he was caught completely off guard. He won't let that mistake happen again, though. Honestly, he just didn't expect things to escalate so fast thanks to Silas and his wild, unpredictable tactics. Vane had actually forgotten all about him while he was busy enjoying his duel with Arthur, but now, the redhead is back in the fray. Silas swoops in, rescuing his exhausted comrade from the heat of the slaughter. All the sorcerer can do is watch as Silas stands guard over the now unconscious Arthur. Vane's face twists at the sight. Suddenly, he's pulled back into a dark memory of the past, watching young Haru cough violently in his arms. He asks if the boy is cold, begging Haru to just hold on until the break of dawn, promising it won't be much longer. Vane swears that as soon as the sun rises, he'll find food, but Haru doesn't make a sound. Trembling with fear, the young man screams his name into the void. A cart rattles by with its passengers. Meanwhile, back in the memory, Vane tries to wrap himself in whatever rags he has to survive the biting frost. Other travelers pass by, filled with laughter and joy, completely oblivious to his pain. The young man wonders why they have to suffer in such isolation, thinking how being alone feels like freedom, but also a slow, cold death. Then, Vane simply vanishes like falling snow. That's when the redhead, Silas, has a massive realization. He finally gets it. He's not alone at all, even if he's perfectly fine being a solo act. Suddenly, the air shifts. Something feels wrong, dangerously wrong. Tycho and Alina race toward their partner, the girl's voice filled with panic as she calls for him. She desperately asks if Arthur is still breathing, and Silas confirms the boy seems to have escaped any lethal wounds for now. The lilac-eyed girl breathes a sigh of relief. Tycho is just glad everyone is still standing, but trust me, it's way too early to start celebrating. He points up at the massive barrier, collapsing right on top of them. It's huge enough to swallow the entire village whole. If all that pent-up magical energy explodes from the inside, they're all dead meat. Silas suggests they combine their skills to cancel out the blast. But looking at how drained they are, he's not sure they have enough gas left in the tank. Even so, the friends refuse to give up. They've got to give it everything. Suddenly, Arthur is back on his feet, sword in hand. Silas notices the rookie has awakened, but his aura, it's eerily calm now. Here's the catch, though, it's not the boy behind the wheel anymore. Our hero is resting after that brutal fight, having kept his promise to never fail his masters. The mentors are proud, but the shield above them is cracking fast. Together, the elite knights unleash their true power, with Sir Roderick executing the legendary cloud-piercing solar blade technique. People are running in the distance, shouting to their commander about the chaos. They all realize the barrier is failing. They think it's too late, that they're done for, but then, a glimmer of hope. A light erupts from Arthur, growing larger and brighter by the second. It's an absolutely massive sword explosion. Commander Marcus of the Vanguard Elite sees it clearly from the distance. All Marcus wants to know is, who on earth is this? Who possesses enough raw power to pull off a miracle like that? Duchess Mary is currently flying over the Western Isles, thinking it's marvelous that the young wardens stopped a new dark omen all by themselves. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Marcus notes that the ministry only ranked this as a level 2 threat. In his eyes, it was easily a level 1. Smiling, the blonde Duchess says she's genuinely impressed. They've grown so much since she last saw them. The commander, then, brings up the person who actually carried the entire mission on their back. It's Arthur, the rookie who just joined the Wardens a few days ago. He mentions he heard the Duchess herself was the one who scouted the boy. The realm's strongest knight just smiles at the captain's question, clearly intrigued by the boy's potential. He's the one they've been waiting for, the one destined to break the cycle of the dark omens. And Mary truly believes Arthur is the chosen one. Marcus thinks having that much faith in a rookie is a bit of a joke, so the Duchess tells him to go see for himself if he's so curious. The captain just wants her back at the fortress because it's boring without her. There's nobody left worth fighting. Meanwhile, as per usual, Sir Reynold is stuck dealing with all the mountain of paperwork. But look out, there's an emergency-level prophecy looming. When the sun goes dark, they'll have to face the great plague lord Morrows. The airship is heading straight for her, causing the beast to finally open its eyes. The vessel pierces right through the magical barrier. Mary tells her partner to hang tight. She just needs to wipe out a small annoyance using her gale magic. It's a total blur at first, until Arthur finally blinks his eyes open. A nurse beams with joy when she sees him wake up. The boy asks where he is, and she explains he's safe in the Order's infirmary. She tells him he's been out cold ever since they got back from the mission. Arthur just sighs. He must have been completely wrecked. So our boy Arthur finally manages to reach the High Council of the Bloodline. The Lady of House Valerius looks him over, relieved he's still in one piece, and tells him straight up, if he needs anything, one word and the entire house has his back. Arthur turns around and spots 𝒍𝒍 lurking in the shadows. Had he been standing there watching this whole time? Awkward. Scanning the courtyard, Arthur looks for his squad mates, Hugh and Adeline. 𝒍𝒍, looking intense as ever, explains that those two have been grinding in the training pits from the very second they got back to the capital. Apparently, they're both fuming because they felt like dead weight during the last siege. Honestly, though, nobody expected the big reveal that a literal rookie like Arthur was actually way more advanced than the elite guards. Arthur tries to get a word in and asks him to just listen for a second. But 𝒍𝒍 isn't having it. He wants the truth. Who is Arthur, really? In just 2 days, he's already taken down a high-tier beast and another monster with the potential to become a true calamity. The math just doesn't add up. All those high-level abilities and the way he chained them together. 𝒍𝒍 has never seen anything like it in the history of the Kingdom of Albion. Once again, 𝒍𝒍 demands to know who he's actually dealing with. But then, plot twist. He drops his pride and asks Arthur how he can become a powerhouse just like him. But before things can get even more emotional, the door flies open. The captain of the Royal Guard is standing there, asking for a moment of their time. It catches both of them completely off guard. The captain stares Arthur down, asking if he's the one they call the vessel of the first king. Stuttering a bit, Arthur confirms it. 𝒍𝒍 looks up and calls the man brother, but Lord Alistair just walks right past him. He doesn't even stop, only giving his younger sibling a cold glance from the corner of his eye. Poor 𝒍𝒍 looks absolutely crushed. Arthur's head is spinning. He didn't know they were related. But suddenly, Alistair draws his blade in a blur of steel and launches a lethal attack. 𝒍𝒍 is standing there confused, but the captain knows exactly what he's doing. He's testing the waters. Luckily, Arthur's reflexes are insane. He parries the blow just in time and asks if this is some kind of twisted entrance exam. Alistair just smirks, thinking that any other trainee would be a corpse right now. He tells Arthur he's right, it was a test, and he just passed with flying colors. Arthur is stunned. The captain finally introduces himself, but the only thing the rookie can focus on is that shared noble surname. Everything clicks. That's why 𝒍𝒍 was calling him brother. Talk about family drama. Because Arthur single-handedly took down the last boss, Alistair invites him to join his elite unit as a temporary member. 𝒍𝒍's jaw hits the floor. He finds it completely bizarre. His older brother, a legendary captain, came all this way in person just to scout a rookie, when he never even let 𝒍𝒍 go on a real mission. Arthur is caught in the middle, trying to process Alistair's offer while worrying about Cedric's obvious downward spiral. Cedric is absolutely fuming, and in his head, he's blaming everything on Arthur. Meanwhile, over at the training grounds, Hugh and Adeline are putting themselves through absolute hell. Those two are pushing way past their limits, probably wondering if there's any point to all this madness. Adeline, dripping with sweat, snaps that they'll never catch up to Arthur at this rate. Hugh feels the same. They're lagging behind until a new face arrives and completely changes the vibe. Enter the superstar. Sir Percival flashes a grin, telling them it's great to see them so full of fire. Percival is back from his travels and tells them to try the spiced confections he brought from the Southern Isles and check out the exotic alpaca rugs he was gifted. But a massive gust of wind sweeps everything away. While they're scrambling, Adeline asks how long he's staying in the kingdom, and he says he's only got about a week. Then she gets serious. She asks Percival to train them and make them stronger. They're tired of Arthur making them feel like useless sidekicks. That catches Percival by surprise. It's been a long time since he's seen these kids this determined to grow. Arthur really did light a fire under them, didn't he? Percival decides it's a great idea and asks Cedric what he thinks about joining the training. Cedric gives a nod. They can count on him. Meanwhile, Arthur is sprinting through the halls to catch up with the captain. He can't believe how fast things are moving. Back at the pits, though, Cedric refuses to let the rookie take all the spotlight. The news he drops shocks everyone. He reveals that his brother just invited Arthur to join the most elite unit in the kingdom as a temporary member. Everyone is reeling, but only Percival seems to understand the real reason behind this move. In the meantime, Cedric is just drowning in guilt, blaming himself for letting Arthur get so far ahead of him. Arthur finally catches up to the captain and asks what the plan is. Alistair stops in his tracks, calling out to him about the mission for the next day. Then he asks a personal question: are he and Cedric close? Arthur thinks about it. They've only known each other for 2 days, but after the hell they just went through, they've definitely bonded. With a huge smile, Arthur confirms they're friends. For Alistair, that's all the confirmation he needs. But back at the pits, Cedric is convinced his brother doesn't give a damn about him, or whether he even survives the next fight. The truth, Alistair is actually terrified for Cedric. The younger brother remembers how, in the infirmary, the captain wouldn't even look at him. But the only reason the captain couldn't look was because seeing his brother that badly injured was too much for him to handle. Cedric thinks the only way to get noticed is to become the strongest warrior alive, even if it costs him his life in the process. Alistair doesn't care about strength, though. He doesn't need a world-class warrior. He just wants his little brother to stay safe. Arthur tells him he cares about the guy, too. Cedric, on the other hand, is making a silent vow to surpass the rookie and finally earn his brother's respect. It's a tragic cycle. Alistair wants to protect him, but Cedric wants to be the protector. Arthur just watches them, thinking it must be pretty nice to actually have a brother. Hugh and Adeline can only watch from the sidelines, commenting on how impossible it is to read their partner's mind, especially when he's so desperate for his brother's approval. She once asked if he loathed his own blood, but the scarlet-haired knight simply claimed he held naught but respect for his elder brother. Lady Alara teases that he's just desperate for Lord Alistair's approval, and Julian, he actually thinks that's kind of endearing. Meanwhile, Sir Cedric is training like a man possessed. The Sovereign Guard lives by 3 ironclad laws: blinding speed, a total lack of hesitation when the blade is drawn, and crushing every weakness by dominating the field with only 7 elite warriors. They only hunt first-tier omens or greater. At least, that's the legend whispered throughout the kingdom. But behind closed doors, one member jokes that the captain does 90% of the heavy lifting, while the rest of them just follow along like glorified squires. The word of advice: don't sweat it just because he's a temporary recruit. He should just stay out of the way and let Lord Alistair handle the carnage. Sir Tristan barks at him to drop the parchment and listen, but Julian needs to finish sending his notes to the others. Everyone is pestering him, demanding he reply immediately. Sir Hugo finally received a response from Julian, as did the lady with the violet eyes, though she didn't look exactly thrilled about what she read. Even the golden-haired knight is stunned, but Cedric. He's taking this rookie's message as a personal insult. Lady Alara is just trying to figure out why everyone is so worked up. Tucked in those messages are vital scrolls of knowledge, specific tips for each knight on how to actually become stronger. Alara is absolutely floored. We're talking surgical advice tailored to every member's unique fighting style and hidden strengths. These are secrets even their own masters never managed to teach them. Lord Alastair notes how incredibly noble it is of Julian to share such wisdom. The team is fired up now, inspired and ready to put every word into practice. But Cedric, he's already plotting to make the rookie regret ever trying to help a rival knight. Sir Morara has to remind him they're all on the same side. Suddenly, Tristan shouts, they've reached the border. Julian clears the frost from the window to see the frozen wasteland ahead. It's a grim sight. Nothing but massive, jagged spikes of ice as far as the eye can see. They've been deployed to stop the first-tier omen known as the glacial desolation. A massive heart of ice has consumed the land, and the frost is spreading like a plague. If they fail to shatter the core, the omen predicts the entire world will be buried under a frozen tomb in the very near future. This same catastrophe is erupting in 17 other locations across the globe. In some realms, the ice has already swallowed entire capital cities whole. The vice-captain explains that here in the kingdom, the blight began in the northern peaks. But it's moving faster than anyone predicted. There isn't a second to lose. Lord Alastair announces that the skyship can't fly any closer without freezing midair. Because of that, they'll have to leap from the rear hatch and land on their own. Their absolute priority: ensure not a single commoner is harmed by the frost. The captain commands the Sovereign Guard to recite the 3 laws that must never be broken. Law 1, speed equals survival. Law 2, never hesitate to strike. And 3, all weakness must be crushed. During the clash with the Frost Giant Lord, Master Rowan had to step in for his pupil. This mission is Julian's chance to watch and learn directly from the realm's elite warriors. This time, Julian is determined. He'll finish this fight without relying on his master's shadow. This is it, the next leap in his evolution, his very first Tier 1 omen. That previous mission was a harsh lesson, a disappointment he'll never forget. At 10:17 in the morning, the unit officially arrived at the site of the calamity. Sir Tristan is already shivering, grumbling about whether transcendent knights aren't supposed to be immune to a little bit of a chill. Julian notes it's 37 degrees below zero, way colder than the scouts reported. It's a massive area to scout, and they'll likely need to set up camp for the night. Even the captain looks a bit uneasy about the scale of the situation. Julian asks his new comrade about the omen and if it was written in the Great Book. Shaking his head, the blonde explains a seer from the Royal Council gave them a dire warning. And while unexpected hunts happen all the time, it's the first time a mission has been classified as a Tier 1 threat from the start. Interrupting them, the vice-captain asks the rookie if he's starting to get cold feet. She says a little fear is better than being overconfident, but honestly, there's nothing he needs to worry about with them around. Tristan tells him to relax. There are 8 elite units in the kingdom, but the Sovereign Guard has crushed more Tier 1 omens than all of them combined. This just irritates Julian, who snaps that a high rank doesn't mean the boy should just sit around doing absolutely nothing. The blonde knight apologizes for cutting in, but his divine sense just picked up movement. Julian is mesmerized just watching that level of detection ability in action. Tristan points out they're 200 meters away, positioned at the 2 o'clock mark. That's all the intel they need. Before Julian can blink, they've vanished. Julian reappears next to the captain with a report. There are roughly 30 high-rank beasts ahead, a swarm of ice gargoyles. Lord Alastair gives the word. Exterminate every last one of them. The order is carried out instantly. They charge headlong into the fray against the frozen monsters. Julian can only watch the spectacle in total awe. He realizes that in terms of reading the battlefield and striking in perfect unison, these knights are light years ahead of any trainee. They might act like idiots off the clock, but they are a top-ranked unit for a reason. Julian asks the captain what his role should be. The man smiles, saying he's confident Julian can take down a high S-rank monster on his own. He wants him in the fight. Unleashing a staggering golden aura, Julian prepares to carry out the command. Time to hunt. Arthur lunges at his first target, crushing it with a single, brutal stomp. But he's still green, lost in the heat of the moment. His lieutenant barks at him to snap out of it and stay sharp. Some of these beasts are on another level. To handle the heat, Arthur unleashes his brand new technique, the Radiant Strike. He cleaves right through an ice gargoyle, leaving nothing but a pile of melting ash. Tristan scans the battlefield, desperate to see who pulled off that insane move. He looks back and there he is, Arthur, standing tall. That flaming blade, absolutely legendary. Arthur just gives a confident smirk while the air around them crackles with chaotic red lightning. Then the captain takes center stage. He's a literal whirlwind of destruction, shredding monsters into pieces before turning his sights on a massive snowbank and leveling that too. Huddled in a makeshift shelter, the lieutenant asks Tristan for a situation report. Silence. He can't see a soul, and weirdly enough, there isn't a trace of a boss within 10 meters. Lady Alara sighs, realizing they're stuck there for the night. She's already wondering where Arthur and the captain have wandered off to this time. Our rookie is deep in thought, as usual. His mind drifts back to that brutal duel with Lord Sterling, the moment he figured out how to weave different abilities together. Now the gears are turning. If he did it once, he can definitely do it again with other skills. It's only a matter of time. He closes his eyes to focus, convinced he can pull it off. Suddenly, bam, Captain Alaric appears out of nowhere, asking about his training and nearly giving the poor kid a heart attack. The redhead leans in, curious if this is Arthur's first time roughing it out in the wild. Arthur just gives a slow, awkward nod. Alaric hopes the kid isn't hitting his limit yet. Then, out of the blue, the captain admits he'd give anything to be back home right now, leaving Arthur totally baffled. Alaric says he misses the scent, and Arthur tries to finish the thought, thinking of home-cooked meals or a warm hearth. But nope, it's the cat, specifically his massive, fluffy beast named Barnaby. The legendary captain just wants to cuddle his pet. Unbelievable, right? Arthur realizes the man is dead serious. Naturally, he starts peppering the captain with questions about this mysterious feline. Before he can blink, the captain is shoving pictures in his face. Seriously, the man basically teleported across the room just to show off his pet. Honestly, the little monster is actually pretty cute. Arthur asks for a name, and the captain beams, it's Barnaby the Brave. The rookie squints at the photos. He looks kind of grumpy, Arthur notes, wondering if the cat even likes its owner. Alaric laughs it off. His clothes are always covered in fur, he's got scratch marks everywhere, and the cat hates being touched. Typical cat stuff. The captain mentions it reminds him of his brother, Silas. That's why he finds the attitude so charming. He's just hoping they'll eventually bond like that too. Arthur's just standing there, totally lost. Being an only child, he has zero experience with sibling rivalries or grumpy cats. He jokingly suggests the captain should just treat his brother like Barnaby. Alaric freezes, completely speechless for a few seconds as the idea sinks in. Then a slow grin spreads across Alaric's face. You know what? That might actually work. Back on the device, Arthur finds a video of the cat. His jaw drops when he hears the captain using the most ridiculous, high-pitched baby voice you've ever heard. Who's a whittle brave boy? Alaric coos in the video while offering a treat. Arthur asks if he should use that same voice with Silas. Talk about awkward. Alaric asks if he can practice that baby voice on Arthur for just 1 minute. The answer, a very hard and immediate no. Lady Alara finally tracks them down. She tells them to pack it in and get some sleep since they're moving out at the crack of dawn. The captain agrees, but then he calls her Widow Alara on the way out. She just stands there, completely stunned into silence. That night, While the camp was dead to the world, a mysterious figure was closing in on Arthur and his unit. Someone sprints up, warning the stranger that wandering around in those clothes is a one-way ticket to freezing to death. The man asks if he's a transcendent on a secret mission. The blonde stranger just nods. His only goal is making sure the ancient decree is fulfilled. This powerhouse was heading straight for the mountain where the team slept. While Cedric drifted off, Arthur's mental training began, and this time the master archer was waiting. Master Thorn looks at Arthur and asks if he's hitting a wall. Turns out he saved this specific drill for last on purpose. He wanted to test Arthur right when his focus started to slip. Meanwhile, Sir Gareth is whining about why they aren't sword fighting instead. Lady 𝑨𝒍𝒍 shut him down fast. He already had his turn yesterday. The archer is actually impressed. Arthur isn't letting the noise get to him at all. His focus is sharp, way sharper than before. Arthur knows the stakes. He's surrounded by legends and he refuses to be the weak link. He takes a breath, steadies his hand, and lets the arrow fly. Thwack, bullseye. Master Thorn can't help but be impressed by such a flawless shot. The Ancient One tells him to hold onto that feeling before ending the session. Immediately, the swordsman starts complaining that it was way too short. They'll keep at it until Arthur finally wakes up. Gareth just shakes him, telling the kid it's time to rise and shine. Morning hits, and Arthur looks like he hasn't slept a wink. The captain asks if they're ready to roll, and Arthur, he's locked in and ready for anything. The mission is simple: find and kill the boss of the decree. Welcome to day 2 of the Great Frost. Tristan's eyes are peeled. He spots 20 hostiles 150 meters out. The order is simple: split up and hem them in. These aren't just birds, they're frostwings, ranked master level on the tactical screen. High above, the progenitors are watching the whole thing unfold. Eldrick thinks this is going to be a cakewalk. Lyra agrees. With a squad this elite, nobody is in any real danger, or so they think. The court mage asks the old veteran what's wrong. The man looks seriously disturbed. Even as the famed Hand of the Crown, the old knight admits he's still not quite sure. But for some reason, his heart is hammering against his ribs with this weird, unsettling sensation. The lieutenant reports the monsters are down, but the veteran asks young Thomas if he felt that. Thomas freezes. He's picking up massive, terrifying energy waves. The boss is here. Lady Catherine starts the countdown. 10 seconds until that nightmare breaks through into our world. At second 0, a massive, muscular beast with 4 arms erupts from the void, clutching a wicked steel blade in every single hand. It's an unknown rank, Carmilla, the hidden goddess. Lady Mary realizes instantly that this thing's aura is on a different planet compared to the others. The order: total assault. Now. Step 1. They bind the giantess's limbs using pure energy chains to keep her in place. Step 2. Mary lunges with her blade. Step 3. The mage snaps his circle open, and they slam their powers together into one massive combined strike. But after all that chaos, not a single scratch on her, not one. But the knights don't hesitate. They keep the pressure on, just like they were trained to do. Young Arthur remembers his master's words: never show fear. Lock onto the enemy's life force and don't let go for a second. He recalls the king's advice too. When you're staring down a monster this powerful, there's only one strategy that works. You hit them with your absolute strongest move immediately. Leave nothing in reserve for later. It's the only thing he can actually do right now. He unleashes a shimmering, powerful slash at the beast, but the result: total shock. It didn't even leave a mark, no damage at all. Then Arthur gets caught in her counterattack. The boss is livid now. Thomas shouts out in worry, but Arthur would have been toast if that ice pillar hadn't saved him. Mary's in disbelief. She can't wrap her head around how a single creature can be this insanely strong. She realizes this monster must be why the prophecy is ranked level 1. Panicking, the woman screams for the commander to step in. She needs him to take point, and for Commander Richard, that's not a problem. Thomas drags the rookie back. He'd only get in the commander's way. The 4-armed goddess keeps swinging, her blades clashing so hard they're literally creating a snowstorm from the raw impact. "Commander!" Arthur yells at the top of his lungs as he's being hauled away from the front lines. Even Carmilla looks confused. Her massive strike was stopped by the very tip of a blade. Richard just smiles, calling her pretty strong. Arthur is stunned by the power gap. Either way, Richard is the only one standing between them and the end of the world, as the prophecy foretold. He defends with pure grace, dancing around her strikes. Suddenly, the beast only has 2 arms left. He's dismantling her. Watching from the sidelines, Duke Raymond is impressed. He admits Richard is a hell of a warrior for this era and hopes for a duel one day. The commander actually wanted the squad to take her down, so they could gain the experience. He's facing this nightmare solo. Shadows suddenly engulf the knights because Alistair triggered his ultimate legacy, the Sovereign's Bloodfire Drake. A blaze so fierce it turns the world to ash, ending with a massive explosion of crimson light. Fire meets ice, carving a path right through the blizzard. Arthur watches the display, his jaw absolutely hitting the floor in awe. Carmilla is just consumed by the flames. The rookie is stunned seeing his commander wield a sword made of actual, roaring fire. It's leagues above his own power. If it weren't for the magic shields, they'd all be ash right now. Richard, not even a speck of dust on his armor. Arthur notices the commander's style is totally different from Duke Raymond's. The footwork, the breathing, the flow, it's all on another level. He realizes he's nowhere near that rank yet. It's just incredible to watch. Finally, he's found the master he truly wants to follow. The squad starts celebrating. The monster is finally dead. Arthur is still dazed by what he saw, but the mission isn't over. The commander's face goes pale. He senses something is horribly wrong. A tiny hole appears in space, and a bolt hits poor Theo. It takes Arthur a second to even process that his comrade was hit. The blonde wasn't the only one caught. Suddenly, Mary is being dragged into the dark. Arthur lunges forward, trying to save his teammate. "You fool!" the blonde yells, shoving the boy out of the way. Arthur can only watch in horror as it all goes south. As he falls, Theo wonders how this is possible. This attack, it didn't even show up on his detection spells. His vision starts to fade into white. He looks at his commander one last time, whispering an apology, but it's all right. Richard is sharp. He'll find whoever is behind this. Theo finally collapses onto the frozen, snow-covered ground. The commander watches his man fall, struggling to keep his emotions in check. Then, he's the next target. Seeing his men in danger, Richard snaps into command mode, yelling for everyone to take cover. It's an ambush, and ability is picking them off. The lieutenant is fuming over her fallen comrades, but then she notices something terrifying is happening to Richard. Half of the commander's arm is just gone. His shields didn't even work. This is an erasure ability. It destroys anything it touches. The commander senses another strike coming. It's invisible and lethal. His only choice now, speed, pure, blinding speed to outrun the inevitable. Mary watches on, her heart sinking for her commander. That monster was shredded, literally in pieces, but now it's pulling itself back together. Every limb, every wound just regenerating. Beatrice turns to Alistair, desperate, asking if he can even stand, because if they don't drop this 4-armed nightmare now, they're dead. But when she looks back, something is wrong, very wrong. Our rookie is just kneeling there, staring blankly past the horizon like he's seeing a ghost. Alistair finally finds his voice, screaming for Lady Beatrice. He begs her, literally pleads, to heal the fallen, to bring his friends back from the brink of death. The High Priestess looks at him with pure regret. She can't do it. There isn't a spell in the world powerful enough to mend bodies that have been broken this badly. He knows she's telling the truth. He can see it in her eyes. But he's not giving up. He calls out deep into his own soul, summoning the spirits of Richard, Thomas, and Edward. And deep within the void, the ancient swordsman is listening. Remember the duel with the warlock? Richard helped him then, but he'd sworn a solemn oath that next time he'd finish the job without leaning on the spirits of the old kings. Alistair hates that he has to ask, but he's desperate. Richard sighs and agrees. He's got to step in because his student looks completely broken, and honestly, hopeless. And just like that, the shift happens. His hair begins to shimmer and change, catching the ethereal glow of the spirit's aura. Back with the vanguard, Commander Alaric is calculating. There's no way any scout could have slipped past Tristan's divine radar. That thing covers a 3,000-meter radius. This attack, it came from way further out. A single bolt pierced his arm and went straight through his soldier. That means the enemy was perfectly lined up with both of them. A cold, calculated shot. See, Alaric had been holding back his true power during these missions. He wanted the younger knights to have their moment, to learn, to bleed, to grow. But the gloves are off now. He starts scanning the terrain at full throttle, using that legendary, razor-sharp vision of his. It doesn't take long. He spots him, the stranger from the night before, lurking behind a ruin more than 3 miles away. So many good men are gone. Tristan is down. Hugo, the cat-loving Squire Kewes, even Moromi, all lost in an instant. The commander's eyes go cold. He promises their deaths won't be for nothing before unleashing a massive crimson ember blast. Another shot is ready to fly. The enemy sniper, Julian, is actually impressed. He didn't think the redhead could track his position and counterattack that fast. Exceptional, he calls him. But Alaric isn't playing. He's just as stunned that Julian managed to neutralize both his sword slash and his fire blast. Julian just smirks. "If I still had my left arm," the blonde says, "you'd probably be a corpse by now." He's not here for a chat, though. He's here to bring the shadow. To him, there's no use talking about what-ifs or things that haven't happened yet. His only wish, the commander's head on a plate. Alaric swings his blade, sending a wave of frost forward to cloud the enemy's vision, a classic distraction. He moves for the kill, a lightning-fast strike from behind, but clang. His legendary blade just shatters into 1,000 pieces. Julian just smiles. He saw it coming a mile away. "One step closer to your grave, Red," he mocks. That's it. Alaric snaps. Pure rage takes over as he lunges again, throwing every ounce of strength he has left into one final, desperate assault. But Julian just laughs at the attempt. He already warned him, it's not going to work. He drives a brutal kick right into the commander's open wound. It's agonizing, but Alaric is still standing. He looks Julian in the eye and asks, "Are you really so sure about that?" Boom, the commander lands a massive kick right on the sigil on Julian's chest. The blonde goes flying back, coughing, wondering why he was kicked instead of being finished off with magic. Alaric realized something during the ambush. Julian had stopped his barrage after only a few attempts. He admits the power is terrifying. It could wipe out an entire army, but he bets it has a major weakness. His theory, just like any other spell, that kind of destruction drains mana like crazy. Julian shrugs. "Technically, you're right, but knowing that doesn't make us equals. You're still the weaker man here." Alaric repeats the word weak with pure venom. He remembers his team, the faces of the men he lost before they even reached this hellscape, and reminds him that the vanguard lives by 3 unbreakable rules. It's time for rule number 3. He summons a blinding, roaring flame, using the heat to cauterize his own gaping wound right there. This is why he leads the most feared unit in the entire kingdom. Every weakness has to be burnt away. He prepares his final move, the Phoenix King's immolation, a self-destructive blast of pure fire. Julian looks at him like he's insane. "You're really going to throw your life away for this?" "If that's the plan," Julian says, "then let me help you reach the end." But Alaric isn't listening. He won't let his men down, not today. With eyes burning like twin suns, the commander warns him never to look down on the vanguard again. Meanwhile, back with the survivors. That 4-armed beast is fully healed and looking angrier than ever. Beatrice feels her strength fading. She looks at Alistair and wonders, was Alaric wrong about this kid? He looks totally paralyzed, witnessing his friends die right in front of him. It's too much for a rookie to handle. But wait, something flickers in his eyes. Alistair starts to stand, and the air around him begins to vibrate with a terrifying, ancient energy. Before Beatrice can even blink, a blur of motion streaks past her. The boss. It's ripped into pieces by a single, earth-shattering kick. Edward, the ancient soul, has taken the wheel. Beatrice can only watch in absolute shock. Alistair, or whatever is inside him now, just walks forward. He doesn't care about anything but keeping the survivors alive. The old spirits are taking over now. And far across the field, the commander continues his war, wreathed in living fire. His sword is broken, but his spirit isn't, as he rains down flames of pure fury on his enemy. Lord Alistair is scrambling, dodging for his life. But let's be real, this is way harder than he ever imagined. Even with Arthur striking from a distance, the attacks literally curve around Alistair's defenses, hunting him down like a heat-seeking missile. There's only so much shadow energy Alistair can control before hitting his limit. So, he does the only thing he can. He summons a swarm of dark orbs to flood the field. Arthur is watching every single move. He waits. And then, bam, the commander finds his opening and completely severs his opponent's arm. Arthur tells him to take a good look because the tides have officially turned. But Alistair, he just stares back with a chilling question. Is that all? Just like that, he launches a brutal counterattack. It's a heavy blow, so bad it actually leaves Arthur choking for air. Alistair mocks him, asking if Arthur really thought taking an arm would change fate. Then he drops a reminder. Don't forget who's currently bleeding out from a hole in her stomach. He admits he baited him. He used up all that darkness just to lure Arthur into a close-range strike, and Arthur fell for it. Not gonna lie, Alistair actually respects him. He calls the commander truly strong, noting how every decision he makes is perfectly efficient. But here, the problem, Arthur is just too predictable. And in this game, that's why the enemy says he'll never, ever win. The commander looks exhausted, the weight of the fight finally catching up. But then Alistair drops the real bombshell. Arthur was doomed from the very start. Why? Because it's written right there, in the book in his hand. Arthur is frozen in shock. That's the legendary book of prophecy. This disciple of darkness just smiles as he reads. He asks a simple question. If there's a group dedicated to stopping prophecies, isn't it only natural that someone exists to make them come true? Talk about a total perspective shift for our hero. That's when he finally introduces himself. He's one of the 12 disciples of the Apocalypse, the shadow of the dozen. And he is hellbent on making sure that dark prophecy becomes reality. Arthur can only gasp out one word. Why? The shadow asks if Arthur would go easy on him if he told the truth. Arthur isn't having it. He cuts him off, demanding he stop the absolute nonsense. That last strike was inches away from taking Alistair's head clean off. Arthur is still breathing, and he still believes he can win this. He's done the math. The enemy is out of mana and running on fumes. This is it, his one chance to end this with a victory. But the shadow isn't done. He pulls out a strange vial, downs it, and flash. A blinding light explodes everywhere, leaving Arthur completely sightless. All he feels is a massive fist connecting with his jaw. He's sent flying back, completely caught off guard. Arthur is reeling. How is this possible? He literally saw that man's right arm hit the ground. The answer, an ancient artifact. The shadow explains it's an incredibly rare relic from the age of the tower. He didn't want to waste it, but here we are. Arthur doesn't care about the history lesson. He unleashes a wave of pure fury. Alistair just counters with that suffocating darkness. The commander is staring at a fully healed arm in disbelief. What is a rogue organization doing with high-level government artifacts? These are ancient relics from the era of the tower. Weapons so dangerous, the crown keeps them under lock and key. The fact that they have access to them is terrifying. Arthur is battered and broken, while the shadow stands there, completely whole. Alistair declares that the great commander has finally fallen. It looks like game over for the royal guard, but Arthur's spirit isn't crushed yet. He's not ready to die. Not here, and definitely not while his friends, his true family, are still counting on him. He remembers Marcus telling him he was an only child, but that didn't matter. Marcus told him to treat his allies like brothers, and honestly, Arthur thinks that might be the key. He smiles, knowing Marcus was right all along. That thought gives him one last surge of strength to grip his sword. He's coming home, and he's going to see Silas and the others again. Arthur rises for one final, desperate attack, but in a split second, his hand and his blade are simply gone. With a cold smile, the shadow bids him farewell. As Arthur faces the end, the only person on his mind is Silas. But then, crack, the massive iceberg behind the shadow shatters into a million pieces. Tears fall into Marcus's hands as he makes a vow, and suddenly, the power of 1,000 ancestors awakens to destroy the man who made him cry. Arthur looks on, terrified for Marcus. Because whatever just stepped out of that ice, it isn't Marcus anymore. Even the shadow can feel it. The boy isn't a target anymore, he's a predator. A beast that will punish even a second of hesitation with total erasure. Terrified, the shadow desperately screams at the boy to stay back and stop where he stands. He doesn't even finish the sentence before his arm is sliced clean off, again. Alistair is panicking. He never took his eyes off him. He wonders how Marcus is doing this, especially since the boy hasn't even seemed to move. But there's a catch. Marcus's sword is absolutely shattered from the sheer force of his own power. Rikiro notes the blade is too dull to use, while Kylix realizes only Marcus could have pushed a weapon to that breaking point. Luckily, the alchemist has a plan. Using his 𝑨𝒍𝒍-𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒄 ability, Kylix begins forging a mountain of weapons, telling the team to go wild. The shadow looks on in horror. He just realized his opponent isn't just tough, he's an unstoppable nightmare. Lord Richard is stunned, but Melisande explains it's a high-level restoration spell. The mage figures the cultist must be using a healing relic with a strict time limit. A single arrow whistles through the air and finds its mark. Malachi lands a perfect shot, but the monster's head knits back together instantly. Sir Thomas asks for a plan, and the mage just says to keep tearing him apart. 12, the apostle of the apocalypse, desperately summons his shadows, but Malachi's arrows punch right through the darkness. One shaft buries itself dead center in the cultist's chest. Malachi is locked in, bow drawn tight. "Did you really think I'd miss an opening that wide?" he mocks. Saved by his relic yet again, 12 counters with spheres of pure shadow, but Sir Thomas is already charging in. He moves like a blur, shockingly fast. He reaches the blonde villain in a heartbeat and delivers a bone-shattering kick. Then comes the rain of steel. Blow after blow lands until 12 takes a direct hit right to the jaw. The Lord notices the pattern. The apostle's power deletes everything it touches, and his strikes are nearly instantaneous. But there's a catch. He can only hit what he sees, making his deadly attacks surprisingly easy to bait and dodge. 12 gets caught in a spinning throw and slammed into the dirt. Thomas asks how many times they've downed him, but 𝑦𝒍𝒍 just laughs. Who's even counting? Raymond walks toward the fallen captain. Even with his strength fading, Marcus tries to find his voice. "Is that you, Raymond?" he rasps, but Lady Guinevere shakes her head. It's not the boy. Then Marcus's wounds begin to close. The healer reveals the truth. Ancient spirit lords are now piloting Raymond's body, ancestral spirits dwelling within him. "No time for a history lesson," she snaps. Marcus can only stare, realizing he's in the presence of literal legends. Meanwhile, 12 is fuming. He can't believe they think his void magic is easy to deal with. To him, the boy is a complete monster. He needs an out and fast, but 𝒍𝒏 doesn't give him a second, plunging a blade right through his heart. The Spirit Lord isn't giving him an inch to breathe, let alone think. "Keep this up and he'll stay dead eventually," Richard grunts, but Melisande just watches. "Actually, we're done." 𝒍𝒏 looks closer and realizes she's right. The disciple of the apocalypse is, literally made of carpet. 𝑦𝒍𝒍 wonders which part will heal first if they chop him into bits. Slowly, his hand begins to reform until the villain is whole again. He's done being Raymond's punching bag. The plan, execute Marcus and get the hell out of there. He thinks he's lucky until he sees who's waiting. Raymond is standing there, but that smile, that's not a child's smile. Cold dread sets in. 12 realizes he's in deep trouble, especially with Lord Richard calling the shots. He gets torn to pieces. Total annihilation. Yet the fanatic is happy, willing to die if it means the prophecy comes true. Death doesn't scare him, but the massive, crushing pressure of Richard's energy. It makes him feel like a speck of dust. He's terrified, realizing he hasn't conquered his fear, but he still thinks he can find a way to win. He pulls one last relic from his belt. The Spirit Lord senses the danger and instantly severs his arm again. Too late, Richard is caught in the sands of time cage. 12's healing finally burns out for good. He gasps in relief, just in time. Melisande explains they're trapped in a localized time lock. Now what? She asks. Raymond scans the field, noting that 12 can no longer regenerate. The villain laughs. Not even the void can break this cage. They're stuck, neither can kill the other, but the boy is trapped inside. Richard suddenly shouts to someone outside. You saw that, right? He's looking straight at Marcus. 12 freezes. Marcus is standing. Young Raymond always knew that when it came to the blade, Marcus was the true master. He saw a genius in his friend. Marcus, you're too good for this. Find a teacher, get stronger. And that's exactly what the knight did. Marcus sought out the greatest warriors in the realm. One by one, he mastered their arts until they had nothing left to give. He left them all behind. He kept searching, but next to his talent, even legendary masters started to look like ordinary men. No one could handle him for more than a month, until a new master appeared, a swordmaster stronger than all of them combined. Her name was Lady Isabella of Hawk's Nest. He studied her steel for 3 years. He once asked her about a technique he found in a hidden tome, a move described as sublime perfection. Isabella just sighed. Those secrets were lost to the ages, even she couldn't perform it. Only its creator, the legendary Lord Richard, could pull it off. Young Marcus was stunned. Just like the rest, Isabella eventually ran out of lessons. Marcus had completely mastered the hawk's shadow style. The young squire looked up, asking what he must do to grasp even greater power. Lady Isabella went quiet, reflecting. His talent was undeniable, but even after years of training, she saw only a bud, not yet ready to bloom. She told him he needed to study other kingdoms' blade arts and spar until his hands bled. Still, she feared his true genius might never awaken. But then she offered hope that one day he'd face a knight far superior to himself. And now, standing right in front of him, is the legendary Sir Roland Highborn. Even trapped in Malphaz's body, Arthur remembered Elder Humphrey's words. If you ever meet this man, seize the moment. It is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. Arthur silently thanks his master. He can feel it in his bones. This is exactly the moment she promised him. Nearby, the sorcerer asks Roland what the young knight is doing. The old master doesn't blink, watching every movement. Marcus rushes forward, heart pounding, only to freeze in his tracks. A deep, blood-red light is erupting from the captain. Back at the Royal Guard Citadel, Sir Cedric's face goes pale with worry. He senses a monstrous power. Silas tries to speak, but a sudden shockwave of energy nearly blinds the red-haired knight. The others are stunned. Alaric shouts, "What was that?" But the wall is shattered and Cedric has already vanished. Back on the field, the 12th disciple is losing his mind. In this broken state, Arthur shouldn't even be a threat. Yet this dark zealot can feel it. The captain is about to tear him to pieces. Lord Richard's voice echoes in his mind. He tells his student that every knight is a flower with only one moment to truly bloom. He asks if that moment comes at the height of youth and physical strength. Is it when technique becomes perfect, or when truth is finally grasped? No, it is right now. This is the moment. Richard tells him to watch, to engrave this into his soul forever. Arthur lets out a long, cold breath of mist. Every face he loves flashes through his mind. Like a winter rose, Arthur is finally ready to open. Marcus finally sees it. So does the 12th disciple. Even with his hands gone, the captain is wielding an invisible, spectral blade. The flower has finally, beautifully bloomed. With a flash, Arthur executes the highborn blade art, pushing it into the realm of sublime perfection, pure, non-physical combat. The villain thought his darkness was impenetrable. He is reeling, How did Arthur strike him without hands or even a sword? He screams at the sky, wondering why Arthur had to awaken now. But for the dark disciple, it is already game over. Roland watches the fallout, genuinely impressed. The aura of this new transcendent knight is simply breathtaking. Arthur feels something alien, a consciousness within his own blade that feels entirely separate from himself. It is like he has lived under heavy, gray clouds his whole life, but now he can reach out and touch the heavens. He finally sees it. This is what it truly means to reach the absolute peak of the sword. Arthur has been running his entire life, supported by family, loyal friends, and an army of incredible men. He kept pushing, kept running to be stronger. Even if the road ends here, he sees his brother's tearful face in the distance. He hopes for forgiveness, because for him this is enough. Then a shadow falls over the captain. It is the rookie who caught his eye. With a trembling smile, Marcus reaches out. Arthur is stunned, but suddenly he sees clearly. It all makes sense now. He isn't just fading away. Arthur is passing the flame to the next generation. The boy panics as the weight hits him. For one brief second, Marcus felt their spirits fuse through the mark of the void. He screams Arthur's name, desperate and lost, but there is nothing left to be done. Looking up, Marie sees a streak of light. It is Cedric, arriving at a terrifying speed to pull his best friend from the brink. The young boy is trembling, shattered by the scene, but Arthur looks completely at peace. Captain Arthur Sterling passed away at the age of 23, having fought the Transcendent 12th to a standstill. Cedric collapses, drowning in regret, imagining a world where Arthur had actually listened to him. Crimson blood stains the white snow. He looks like a free bird finally taking flight, with his best friend there at the end. Cedric simply cannot accept it. He once asked Arthur why he even wanted to lead the royal guard. The swordsman just looked at him, confused. Cedric told him he was the second strongest in the kingdom, unstoppable. He asked why Arthur didn't just fight as a lone wolf. Arthur laughed, saying that was exactly what a man like Cedric would say. Cedric just smirked back. He asked if Arthur thought he lacked team spirit. Arthur replied that some stars shine brighter than the rest, even from afar. He said we need stars like that, men like Cedric. As for himself, Arthur just smiled. He didn't know how to describe his light. Through the glowing monoscreen of the device, a sudden broadcast flickers to life. Lord Terence beams with pride, announcing that young Cedric has finally passed the second-tier knight exam, the very goal Terence set for him. Cedric, glowing with joy, admits he only wanted to be useful to the unit and needed his captain to be the first to hear the news. To honor the victory, Terence immediately begins planning a massive feast for the men. Watching this, Lord Bertram has a sudden realization. He actually loves having brothers-in-arms by his side. He confesses that if he's ever broken or defeated on the battlefield, he wants to know his comrades have his back. The captain is simply grateful to have finally found people who make him feel this way. But the mood shatters as Sir Mordred stumbles in, revealing the grim truth of their latest mission. Only 2 of them made it back alive. With a heavy heart, he calls out for the commander. Mordred rasps that he gave everything he had, but he could never fill the shoes of a man like Sir Maximilian. He offers a final thanks to Maximilian for his sacrifice. Meanwhile, young Arthur lies collapsed in the freezing snow, his soul absolutely crushed by the weight of the tragedy. The ancient souls residing within him watch in a heavy, respectful silence. Elia's remarks on how suffocating the darkness in the boy's heart has become, and the archer isn't surprised one bit. Melisande sighs in agreement. She knows exactly what's poisoning Arthur's mind. He's drowning in self-loathing, convinced that everyone died because he was too weak to save them. The truth is, all these ancient souls have walked this path before. They've all buried comrades, brothers, and friends. They've lost families and watched their best students fall. They've tasted the bitter ash of disappointment and said goodbye to more legendary warriors than they can count. Those losses changed them. For many, the wounds were so deep they simply bolted the doors to their hearts and shut out the rest of the world forever. Roland calls out to his student, but the boy's response is chilling. Arthur whispers that maybe it's better if he never picks up a blade again. That admission hits the souls like a physical blow. Arthur says his heart feels like it's been shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. He laments that if he had just stepped aside and let the ancients take control from the start, perhaps no one would have been lost to the grave. The boy offers himself up, telling them to just use his body as a hollow vessel so they can unleash their unique powers without his weakness getting in the way. Roland tries to reason with him again, but Arthur cuts him off, knowing his words sound like pure madness. Then the dam breaks. Arthur sobs uncontrollably, his tears falling like a torrential rain. Why? Because he can't stop feeling the warmth of Captain Maximilian's hand in his. That moment was so hauntingly real for both of them. His palm is still burning from the touch. Arthur knows the captain truly believed in him. He refuses to let that trust be in vain. In that moment of agony, the vague dream of one day surpassing the ancient souls vanishes. He's done waiting. His new, singular goal is to surpass every single one of them, and he's going to do it fast. Arthur stares into the suffocating gloom until a single, piercing light erupts in the center of the dark. That light bathes them all, pulling them back from the brink of despair. Arthur makes a solemn vow to the heavens. He will never, ever let someone die on his watch again. Finally, a royal air chariot descends from the clouds for the rescue. The freezing winds sweep over the peak, but they can't touch the deep sorrow etched into their souls. They place the captain's body into a shroud. Everyone is ordered to board, but Mordred refuses, choosing to vanish into the wilderness alone. Arthur tells him to stay safe, but as Mordred checks his device, the news turns even darker. He learns the identity of the monster who took Maximilian down, a member of the 12 harbingers of the apocalypse. Mordred is told to freeze all official reports. It's time for a blood hunt. From that day on, Mordred disappeared without a trace. 1 month later, on the frozen peaks of the Northumbria prefecture, Scylla stays locked in a tight defensive stance, waiting for the perfect opening to strike at Arthur. The rookie lunges with a heavy fist strike, but the redhead parries it instantly. Scylla is fighting with everything he has just to keep his guard from buckling under Arthur's raw intensity. Arthur is genuinely stunned that Scylla's managed to slip past his close-range punch. But the boy doesn't stop. He flows into a Hapkido-style grapple, spinning Scylla's through the air. Scylla's realizes with a shock that Arthur's technique has evolved. Scylla's tries to launch a counter, but Arthur isn't giving him an inch of breathing room. Both warriors prepare to trade devastating blows when a voice thunders. That is enough. They freeze mid-motion. Standing there is Master Isaiah, the legendary man who once trained Maximilian himself. As for the Vanguard unit, it's over. The group was officially disbanded, a move that shattered the spirits of every survivor. A massive funeral was held for the heroes of the Silver Shield who didn't come home. Scylla's was there, of course, standing before his brother's portrait for what felt like an eternity. Arthur eventually found him there, and was stopped cold by the sight of the broken man Scylla's had become. The redhead was clutching a stack of books and his brother's cat. Just by looking at him, it was clear Scylla's was barely holding his life together. Arthur finally approaches. Scylla's assumes Arthur knew about the cat, admitting he didn't have a clue it even existed until they cleared out Maximilian's personal quarters. It hit him hard. He never realized just how much his brother actually cared for the small creature. He didn't know what books his brother loved, or the style of clothes he preferred to buy. Scylla's realized he didn't even know what his brother liked to eat or what his innermost thoughts were until he started digging through the wreckage of his life. Suddenly, something in Scylla's hand catches Arthur's eye. He asks if that's his brother's personal journal. Scylla's nods, explaining that Maximilian had left a specific will. In the event of his death on a mission, Maximilian wanted Scylla's to have it. The journal is a meticulous record, every training session, every mission, and every secret thought he ever had. Scylla's turns to Alaric, his voice trembling as he asks if he noticed the secret message at the end of every journal entry. Back on the 12th of January, Marcus wrote about how the winter chill was biting deep, praying his brother was staying warm in the barracks. His fingers shake as he flips through the worn pages, scanning every single note his brother left behind. It's always there. Every single entry ends with a thought about Silas, from the day he passed the knight's trials and joined the Royal Inquisition, to the small things, like the time fruit was brought to the table and Marcus wished Silas could have shared the feast. Then, on the 1st of October, when a younger squire was chosen for a dangerous scout mission involving an unclassified omen, Marcus prayed to the heavens for his brother's safe return. Silas spends hours lost in those pages. The truth finally hits him. At the end of every single day, he was the only thing on Marcus's mind. The boy breaks down, the agony of losing his brother ripping through him all over again. Alaric watches him, then tells him he needs to listen closely. He recounts every conversation he had with the captain, how the man never stopped talking about Silas and how much his friend, MJU, worried for him. Silas wipes his eyes and makes a vow. He's going to become stronger than anyone ever imagined. No matter what shadow his brother has become, Silas will make sure Marcus never has to spend another moment worrying about him. High in the volcanic highlands, Lady 𝑦𝒍𝒍 demands to know what the two boys want. Silas is the one who delivers the grim news about his brother's fate. She goes quiet, understanding the weight of his grief. When they ask for her tutelage, she agrees, and before long, even the master has to admit their growth is terrifying. Alaric was already a force to be reckoned with, but Silas, his progress is nothing short of legendary. Alaric asks for her honest thoughts on his skill, and the woman just laughs. She says she's almost tempted to step down and become his asterisk student instead. With a wicked grin, she tosses heavy steel blades to the boys. Her specialty is the sword, and she tells them to come at her with everything they've got. Silas and Alaric steady their breathing. They're ready to face the master. The young vessel carries a heavy burden, a promise to become the most powerful warrior in the realm. Meanwhile, on a biting cold day in London, a lone man walks the fog-filled streets. Heavy boots click against the stone at Cohen Court. One of the 12 harbingers of the end is waiting there. The stranger sighs, saying he's finally tracked him down. This is the legendary transcendent warrior, Mordecai Ironheart. The golden-haired knight demands to know the location of their secret headquarters and the other harbingers. He gives a cold warning. Speak now, or he'll end his life in 60 seconds flat. Count Conrad just smiles. Why the rush? He asks, suggesting they have a little fun before getting down to business. But Mordecai is in no mood for games. The alley is dead silent for a heartbeat. Then boom. A blinding explosion shatters the peace. When the dust settles, Mordecai is the only one walking out. He warned him. Death was the only outcome. The realm's strongest knight picks up a dark tome, now stained with the fluid of his fallen enemy. 7 more to hunt. Mordecai and his team already have 4 in their possession. He's already looking for his next prey. Back at the Royal Inquisition headquarters, deep inside the top-secret war room, the forbidden chronicles lie on the table. Grand Duchess 𝑦𝒍𝒍, the head of the order, looks at the books and asks if Mordecai was the one who recovered them. Her aide, Tristan, confirms the report and begins detailing everything they've managed to learn about the harbingers of the end. The other aide, Seraphina, chimes in. She's convinced a single, ancient book of prophecy was intentionally split into several deadly volumes. 𝑦𝒍𝒍 doesn't care about him eliminating enemies or taking the books, but his habit of going rogue and fighting alone is starting to get dangerous. She knows Marcus's death hit him harder than he lets on. Seraphina asks for their next move, but 𝑦𝒍𝒍 just sighs, leave him be. He won't listen to anyone anyway. Maybe she'll just sit down and have a cup of tea with him when he finally decides to return. But there's another matter for the Duchess, the status of the special units. Now that the previous squad has been disbanded, there's a massive hole to fill. Tristan and Seraphina step forward with an official request. They ask for her permission to form an entirely new elite unit. Grand Duchess 𝑦𝒍𝒍 just stares at them, weighing the risk. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the capital, Rogue agents and heretics from the Daybreak cult are causing chaos. They're incredibly powerful, and the commanding knight asks if there's a way to just wipe them all out at once. The girl beside him shakes her head. It's tough, because each one is resistant to a different element. Captain Beatrice, leader of the unit, grinds her teeth. That's exactly what makes this mission such a nightmare. The captain looks to her subordinate, Alina, and asks for a hand. Alina is more than ready. She instantly activates her forbidden alchemy. "Everyone back off," she warns. A massive orb of liquid mercury suddenly shatters into 1,000 lethal droplets. Then the girl summons a toxic gas that spreads through the air, choking the life out of her enemies. Without missing a beat, she commands it to turn back into liquid. The mercury sticks to them like glue. Next comes the heat, a massive surge of fire that incinerates everything in its path. Alina extends her hand. She slowly closes her fist. "To hell with all of you," she whispers, forcing the liquid metal to turn into solid stone. Massive spikes erupt from the ground, skewering every single cultist where they stand. The rest of the unit can only watch in shock. Total annihilation. Alina snaps her fingers to get their attention. "That should take care of that," she says, as if it was nothing. The captain claps her hands, genuinely impressed by the display. Beatrice finds it mind-blowing that she managed to combine 4 different elemental attacks into one. She knows this is just a temporary assignment, but man, it would be a tragedy for someone with that much talent to leave the squad. So our girl Alice gets the official invite to join the elite squad, but she doesn't jump at it. She just offers a polite thanks and says she'll sleep on it. The other knights are whispering, noticing how desperate the captain is to recruit her, but honestly, can you blame her? Alice is talented, adorable, and has that sweet personality everyone wants on their team. Commander Beatrice mutters that having someone like Alice around would finally make her life a whole lot easier, leaving the rest of the unit scratching their heads over what she actually meant by that. A moment later, the lilac-eyed beauty is on the horn, calling up our boy Arthur. She's absolutely beaming as she breaks the news. She just mastered the 7th trial, the one about controlling the 3 alchemical essences, and she's already begging for the next lesson. Arthur, meanwhile, is still grinding away in the middle of his own training. He's actually juggling the phone call while trying to stop his little companion, Puck, from stealing his snacks. Even so, he's genuinely blown away that she cleared the 7th trial so fast. While they're talking, Arthur wonders if he can actually whip up 3 brand new challenges for her next lesson. The Grand Alchemist is already diving into ancient scrolls with a grin, so Arthur promises he'll send over the new trials soon. Meanwhile, over in the Duchy of Salisbury, Galahad is already crushing the 8th trial. He's locked in a brutal clash with a rank 2 Earth Eater beast and its boss, the Hunger Sphinx, which he promptly blows into literal pieces. Boom! Just like that, he finishes the mission with a blinding flash kick and a lethal beak stab. The captain of the Crimson Griffin Knights is watching the whole thing and is so impressed that he offers Galahad a spot on the team right then and there. His teammates start tossing Galahad into the air to celebrate, but he tells them he needs time to think it over. Talk about a tough choice. Which legendary unit should he actually pick? Back on the call, a very proud Alice declares she has zero intention of letting any of them outshine her. Arthur loves that fire in her voice. He mentions that Tristan has been leveling up like crazy too, so it's definitely time for everyone to start training like their lives depend on it just to keep pace. Arthur tells them both how much of an inspiration it is to see them making so much progress, and hearing that, Alice is practically glowing with a massive blush. Suddenly, Tristan is shouting at Puck, asking why the little creature only likes Arthur, while Arthur tells him to keep it down before he scares the poor animal half to death. Trying to get a handle on the situation, Alice asks Arthur if he's heard the rumors about the new unit being formed. She explains that ever since the Silver Shield Order was dissolved, the High Council has been scrambling to build a replacement squad, and the captain's chair is going to the knight with the most legendary record. That definitely gets Arthur's attention. He's dying to know who the lucky leader is gonna be. But Alice just gives him a look like he's crazy. She already talked about this with Galahad. It's the Arthur Knights. And with a playful smile, she asks him what he thinks about the name. Arthur laughs it off at first, thinking it's a joke, until the weight of her words actually sinks in. His face goes pale as he stammers. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Alice spells it out for him. "Are you serious? Arthur, they want you to be the captain." Once he finally stops panicking, he asks the obvious question. Why him? Alice explains that the Central Command has a massive vision. Their ultimate goal is to wipe every forbidden blight off the face of the earth once and for all. Arthur asks if she's talking about those world-ending threats. She nods. That's her dream too. But to make a dream that big a reality, you need one specific thing. A captain who has the pure, unshakable grit to lead their knights to victory, no matter the cost. She looks him in the eye and tells him straight up. She truly believes he's the only one for the job. Arthur is left completely stunned into silence. The moment is cut short when Commander Beatrice calls Alice away, leaving Arthur alone with his thoughts. He can't get it out of his head. The word captain just keeps echoing over and over. Seeing him spaced out, Grandmaster Alina asks the other students what's up with the boy. It only takes a few words from Tristan for her to realize Arthur is being scouted to lead the new squad. Alina's take? He should go for it if he wants it. Tristan totally agrees that Arthur would be a natural leader, but he can see Arthur looks absolutely worried sick, and Alina notices it instantly. Master Sienna asks the others if they have any advice for the kid, but the ancient progenitors are all drawing a blank. See, these guys have spent their entire lives on the battlefield. They know how to kill, not how to manage people. Sienna snaps at them, saying that's not helpful since they're supposed to be his mentors, while Lord Roland reminds her that she's his teacher too. Then the swordsman turns to Ryan, asking if he's got anything to add. Ryan, the host-moving progenitor, just shakes his head. It's not the right time, and besides, they're all missing the point. He says there's someone right here who's way more qualified to talk to him about leadership, which makes Lord Roland very curious about who he's talking about. Suddenly, a wooden staff comes flying through the air and thuds into the ground right next to Arthur, snapping him out of it. Alina asks why he's sitting around moping when he could be training. She tells him it's time for some high-intensity drills, starting with footwork techniques, which Tristan is more than happy to jump in on. Arthur starts practicing the ripple step, floating across the water with perfect balance. The master watches, looking actually pleased for once. Not a single wasted movement, not a hint of doubt. Alina is genuinely baffled. How did he get this good? For even the most gifted transcendents, reaching this level takes at least 6 months. She'd never believe him if he told her he's been practicing in his sleep. But then, she catches Arthur totally off guard. She doesn't give him a second to breathe. She lunges at him. Her strikes are incredibly fast and heavy. Tristan watches, totally floored by the speed, while poor Puck is just trying to scramble out of the water. Alina yells at Arthur to keep moving, her mind racing as she realizes she's going to force him to focus whether he likes it or not. Arthur locks in, his determination flaring as he faces her down. Lord Roland looks over at the mage and asks if this was the qualification she was talking about for our young hero. Arthur isn't shocked, not one bit. Lady Isabella is his kin, after all. She's convinced that Isabella is a total miracle worker, for managed to train a legend as bright as Lord Marcus. Isabella of House Hawthorne, heir to his sister's line, and a true master of this era. Suddenly, she unleashes the Hawthorne style, striking Alistair with a lethal serpentine slash. That strike catches Lord Cedric's eye. Isabella isn't holding back, she's actually going for blood. Her next move, the Hellfire Edge. She charges straight at Alistair, who starts to panic as a crimson sigil glows around his mentor. Cedric is stunned. He's never seen a move like that. A perfect strike after an aerial rotation. Now that is seriously impressive. But Isabella stops. She's confused, completely baffled, honestly. She wants to know how this kid is dodging everything so easily, when he only knows the basic techniques for now. Surprised, she recognizes his stance. It's the Hawthorne style. "Tell me, boy, did those strikes come from the first king himself?" Isabella is trying to read his mind. She realizes Alastair is terrified of never living up to the impossible standards of Lord Marcus. That's when the realization hits him. Finally, he sees what's been holding him back all this time. He kept wondering if he could ever lead like Marcus. Meanwhile, Cedric watches, completely oblivious to the boy's inner turmoil. The mentor is right, and Alastair knows it because he saw the truth with his own eyes. He witnessed exactly how Marcus inspired his men. Deep down, Alastair just wants to be that kind of hero. But here's the thing, he doesn't need to be Marcus. "Focus!" Isabella screams. Using the Hawthorne style, she summons the sky-shattering griffin. The master tells the boy to watch the technique closely. Every move was built by later generations who refined the founder's teachings. We can't be exactly like the progenitor. His power was just on a completely different level. She keeps going, explaining the truth of their lineage. She says later masters kept inventing new styles just to reach a fraction of that ancient power. That's how evolution works. Alastair is floored. The idea of entire generations striving just to walk in one man's shadow. It's wild. Isabella admits no one knows exactly what Marcus was like as a leader, but as his student, she knows he was the best. She tells him straight, "You can't expect to be a legend from day one. It just doesn't happen. But you can keep grinding and follow the path. Do that and you'll find your own way." "Am I right, boy?" she bellows. Isabella tells him to stop worrying about being a copy of Marcus and think about this instead. "What did he leave you?" Alastair freezes. He remembers that final moment, the heat of Lord Marcus's hand burning into his. In that heartbeat, the entire future of the kingdom was placed on his shoulders. Isabella grins. She likes that fire in his eyes. "In that case, I'll make sure you're ready for the future, too." "Show me everything," Isabella shouts. Their auras collide and their blades clash, lighting up the sky like a dying star. 14 days later, the Royal Guard of Destiny headquarters is buzzing. 2 commanders are scanning the files, looking for the elite of the elite for the new unit. Cedric notes that they usually pick highborn favorites, but there's one very interesting exception on the list this time. Isabella of House Hawthorne has backed the rookie, Alastair. Meanwhile, a spy passes on a secret. The trials for the new captain start in 3 days. The infiltrator tells his master to just wait. "I'm the one who's going to lead this unit," he whispers. This is Valerius, one of the 12 apostles of ruin, and he's bad news. He has a terrifying ability called the Hollow Mask. He can kill someone and wear their face perfectly. Creepy, right? The plan is simple. Win the captaincy, then burn the Royal Guard down from the inside. He's thinking about Silas the Raven, who's out there hunting their own kind. Half are dead already, and they can't stop the monsters. Survival means one thing now. They have to cause absolute chaos within the Guard to stay alive. That's all it takes to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later at the training grounds, the knights form up. Cedric stands tall. The trials to select our new captain begin now. There will be 4 grueling tests. The first 3 narrow the field down to just 4 people based on their scores. Highest final score wins the crown. Simple, but absolutely brutal. They're told the High Matriarch herself is watching the trials from her high office. No pressure. "Is that clear? Then give it everything," Cedric yells. Every knight there is hungry to be number 1. Alastair looks at the competition. The hype is real, but he can feel everyone's eyes burning into his back. The roster for the grand trial is set, 8 elite warriors ready for battle. First up, Sir Harold of the Yarrow Knights, and let's just say he's got a big mouth when it comes to Arthur. Then there's Silas from the Iron Guard. He's fuming because he thinks Arthur's a total joke, aiming for commander after only 2 months in the Royal Guard. Absolute madness. Lady Clara of House Valerius is actually impressed, though. She sees the potential in our rookie and tries to get her partner's take on the situation. But Lord Hugo of House 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒔 tells her to zip it. He's not a fan, and he's definitely not happy about Arthur poking around into his business. Ezra of the Crimson Order brings up the legendary prophecies. Apparently, Arthur was handpicked for this by the great Lady Isabella herself. Then we've got Sir Sebastian of the Storm Knights. He's visibly annoyed, having heard whispers that Arthur's been trying to train his own peers. Finally, Cedric of House Sterling is wondering if this kid is actually a threat, but mostly he's just insecure because Arthur's good looks are stealing all his thunder. But here's the kicker. One of these people is a spy, a disciple of the Calamity in disguise. Unaware of the traitor in the room, Arthur's just wondering why his master hasn't shown up yet. She sent him a message, though, basically, "I overslept, but if you lose, I'm turning you into charcoal." Talk about a terrifying wake-up call. And Arthur knows she's dead serious. He's lived through her lessons before. He doesn't know what the trials hold, but he has to survive, at least until Lady Isabella arrives to witness it. Either way, the test begins. Back with Isabella, her squire Simon asks if this reckless sprinting is part of the training. Her answer, a resounding yes. "Move faster," she screams. If they keep dallying like this, the whole trial will be over before they even reach the castle gates. Simon just asks if she's actually desperate to see the moment Arthur passes the test. Back at the arena, the mana measurement is finished. Arthur stepped up to the plate and boom, highest score. The poor kid almost cried because he literally broke the testing machine. Once again, Silas, who ranked 5th, is absolutely floored by that display of raw power. Ezra, sitting at 3rd, wonders if mana is Arthur's secret weapon. Clara, also 3rd, asks what he's getting at. He explains the logic. Usually, if someone is a physical beast, they specialize in mana to balance it out. To him, Arthur fits that mold perfectly. "Just like the elites," he says. Meanwhile, Sebastian is fuming in the background after placing 7th in the mana rankings. Round 2, hand-to-hand combat. Simple rules, whoever defeats their opponent gets 2 points. The proctor asks for volunteers. Sebastian steps out instantly and points at Arthur. He wants the prodigy because he thinks he's the king of close-quarters combat. See, Sebastian has a history. When he was just 2 years old, a pack of monsters from a dimensional rift attacked his family carriage. The beasts lunged, and something snapped. His knight's mark awakened right then and there. Not a single monster reached them. Without even leaving his seat, he wiped out every single creature in the area. Lord Cedric thinks it's unfair for Sebastian to take this test. Sir Kane asks why. After all, the guy is the strongest brawler they have. He explains that Sebastian's mana is limited, but his physical strength, unmatched by any other transcendent knight. Ever since Sebastian joined the unit, he's been a machine. He's invested everything into martial arts training. Kane brags that no one can touch him in a fistfight, and Cedric tells him to stop being so cringy. But she knows he's right. Sebastian's physical power is terrifying. Cedric actually feels bad, thinking Arthur's about to be torn into pieces. Before they clash, Sebastian asks if Arthur's really been training Lady Helena. This catches Arthur completely off guard. He explains he's more like an advisor, just giving a few tips and tricks here and there. Sebastian sneers. He's met guys like that, charlatans who give one tip to a genius and then brag that they're a master teacher. He calls Helena an incredibly gifted genius who doesn't need people telling her what to do. "The boy will be fine on his own," he snaps. And Arthur, he just smiles and says, "You're absolutely right." He fully agrees. That only pisses Sebastian off more. He thinks Arthur is playing some kind of mind game. He's done wasting time. He starts off with Rip and Tear. His sheer strength is so insane that the ground literally shatters under his boots. He launches like a rocket. Arthur can barely believe how fast this guy is moving. But whoosh, Arthur dodges the claws. A massive explosion erupts around them, blinding everyone in the stands. Kane is thrilled. Sebastian is going all out, his strikes coming in like a lightning storm. Arthur's just defending. Or is he? He's observing. Suddenly, he uses a specialized wrestling technique, catches Sebastian's wrist, and spins him through the air. The impact of the throw completely levels a huge part of the arena floor. The other candidates scramble back, looking for cover. That wasn't even an attack, it was a counter, and the recoil alone was devastating. Arthur looks at him and says, "Wow, you're really strong." This kills Sebastian. "Are you joking with me?" He twists away, desperate to escape the humiliation. But as Arthur stands there, not a single scratch on him, pure legendary energy. Sir Alistair watches the scene, his mind racing. It should be impossible. The very ground beneath them was pulverized, yet he was still standing. Sir Cedric just scoffs, asking if it's really that shocking. He reminds the onlookers that Baron Nicholas is a beast, pure physical power is his greatest weapon. He explains that when it comes to raw, grinding endurance, ordinary knights can't even hope to compare. And with that, the two warriors dive back into the clash. Prince Arthur realizes he can't win just by parrying blows. He needs a shift in strategy. Suddenly, Sir Kane strikes with a kick that moves at a blinding, godlike speed. Kane hammers a brutal strike right into his midsection. He doesn't give him a second to breathe, planting his heel firmly in a cross stance and following up with a crushing fist. He finishes the chain with a devastating spinning heel strike, sending his opponent hurtling across the stone floor like a discarded toy. The entire courtyard goes silent. Even the lords who bet on the veteran's legendary strength are stunned. In just a few heartbeats, the rookie completely surpassed him. It looked like Nicholas was finished, beaten into the dirt, but the High Judge suddenly intervenes. "That is enough," the man bellows, ending the slaughter. The trial is over. Arthur is declared the victor, securing 2 vital points for his house. Lord Thorne and Master Eldon can't hide their grins as they celebrate their student's triumph. Cedric pulls the boy aside, his eyes narrowing. He points out that Arthur's physical feats actually outclassed Nicholas, which is insane considering the word was the rookie specialized in mana. The strategist begins his own investigation, never expecting Kane to be such a formidable threat on the battlefield. He had honestly assumed the prince would just be eliminated naturally if he simply stayed out of the way and let things play out. But now the truth is clear. Cedric knows that if he doesn't find a way to break him soon, Arthur is going to be a massive thorn in his side. The world is a blurry mess for the fallen knight. Nicholas blinks his eyes wide, screaming in agony as he asks what Arthur is doing to him. The rookie just tells him to shut up and stay still. Lady Beatrice is overseeing the recovery. She watches the healing magic work and realizes the boy is just showing off now. Physicality, mana, and now high-level healing. He's the total package. She stares at him, wondering if there is actually anything in this world the boy can't do. That single question drags her back to that horrific day, a memory that still stings. She whispers that yes, there are things she can still do, and finally finds the strength to stand up. Suddenly, a massive blast echoes from the fields ahead. Arthur explains that the close combat trials are wrapping up. Nicholas is floored when he finds out he's been out cold for 5 whole minutes. He starts catching the big man up on everything that happened, while he was dreaming. Once their duel ended, everyone else scrambled for partners and the chaos began. It was Hugo versus Kieran, and Sebastian going head-to-head with Silas. Arthur notes that 2 of the pairs finished in a flash, but the others are still grinding. Lady Sophia is currently fighting Sir Cedric for points, watching his every move like a hawk. The blonde noblewoman clearly isn't here to play games. She just wants to end this fight as quickly as humanly possible. Sophia sneers at her opponent, asking if he thinks those high overall stats make him untouchable. She tells the bookworm there's something he's completely overlooked. She tells him that unless he proves he's special, he's just another replaceable gear in the kingdom's machine, and that Cedric doesn't have what it takes to be a captain. Cedric just looks at her, unbothered. Apparently, they have very different opinions on what actually makes a leader great. He doesn't want a captain with flashy, unique powers. For him, a true leader is someone who can handle any disaster and ensure every single soldier under their command survives. He tells her it's the exact opposite of Duke Marcus's way. Cedric refuses to march his unit into an early grave over some meaningless, prideful scrap. Arthur, standing just out of sight, hears every single word of their debate. The words strike a chord, but he's mostly just irritated by the four-eyed bastard's grand speech. He tells Kane not to let the provocations get to him, but the rookie already knows and thanks his friend anyway. Sophia doesn't wait for a response. She taps into her martial arts, hitting Cedric with a lethal, high-powered chain blast. Cedric tries to tank the hit, but the force is too much. He's sent flying across the arena, crashing into the dirt far away. Sophia is already closing in for another strike, but Cedric surprises her. "I yield," he says calmly. That's it. Lady Sophia is declared the winner. The blonde is furious, demanding to know if the nerd let her hit him on purpose. Cedric just grumbles that he absolutely hates aggressive women. The strategist says he didn't want to burn any more energy on a fight that didn't matter. Regardless, they still have a very long road ahead of them. As he walks away, Cedric thinks to himself that he could have crushed her easily if he felt like it. He's just not ready to reveal his grand strategy to Arthur yet. Arthur lingers there for a moment, just watching the man's bizarre behavior with a suspicious look. With the trials over, the rankings are set, Arthur in first, Silas in second, and Hugo in third. It's finally break time, but Kane notices that Lady Isabella and Squire Simon still haven't shown up. He wonders if the two of them managed to get lost on the walkover. Meanwhile, Isabella tells the squire he actually did a solid job. Simon finally looks around and realizes where they are. He's panicked. Why are they standing in the central garden of the High Citadel instead of the actual testing grounds? Isabella prowls through the area, her senses on high alert. She tells him that someone, or something, died right here very recently. She explains it's almost invisible to the naked eye, but the lingering traces of a dark aura are stained across the entire area. Whatever kind of beast managed to hunt down a warrior in this place, it must be terrifyingly powerful. Simon asks if she really thinks someone managed to invade the citadel. He reminds her that this entire sector is supposed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Isabella just looks at him and mentions the 12 disciples. They know how the High Guard operates, so she wouldn't be shocked at all if they found a way inside. The boy is left in total shock. If they've truly found this place, the entire kingdom is in grave danger. No time to waste. The master tells him to move it because the next trial is starting, and she's dead certain that whoever got taken out earlier was a high-ranking knight commander. Roland isn't the only one thirsting for payback after Cedric's murder. This exam is packed with nasty surprises, but for now, they've got a moment to breathe. Silas is busy stitching up open wounds while others try to shove some food down. Meanwhile, Alaric is still buried deep in his research. Arthur grabs a bite next to his companion, noticing his master and friend approaching. Lady Alara jokes that she's just relieved she doesn't have to toss him into a pit of dragon fire today. Henry looks at her with pure terror, wondering if she's actually being serious or just that twisted. Serafina explains that Alara is one of the 5 legendary elite sentinels in the entire Citadel command, right alongside Commander Jade. Hearing that, the companion just sighs. Who exactly are they even explaining this to? Scanning the area, Julian realizes things aren't adding up. If a commander was killed like she said, why are all 7 of them standing right there? Lady Alara just smirks. She knows exactly what's going on. She pulls Arthur aside, telling him they need to talk privately. Arthur, being Arthur, shouts everything she just told him at the top of his lungs, and Julian has to tell him to shut it before the whole yard hears. The master is certain. Judging by the traces left in the grand courtyard, someone with the power of a commander was definitely eliminated. Alara is sharp, though. She's already figured out how the killer managed to keep everyone present and accounted for. The truth, the killer is wearing a dead man's face. Arthur pales, asking if they're in as much trouble as it sounds. Julian confirms the nightmare. If they don't find this mole fast, more bodies will drop, and if they fulfill the prophecy, the whole kingdom falls. Then Alara drops a bombshell. She suggests just wiping out every single person in the room to solve the problem in one go. Arthur starts connecting the dots. This isn't just some promotion exam to find a new captain. This is a trap. an opportunity to hunt down and kill one of the 12 shadows hiding within the citadel's own walls. Alara nods grimly. These are the same monsters responsible for Cedric's death. With a cold smile, she asks if he's ready to make them pay. Arthur is burning for it, and Julian is right there with him. Later, Arthur is just sitting there, looking like his brain might actually explode from the stress, and you can see the sadness in his eyes too. One of the elder spirits watches him, curious to know what's actually going on in that head of his. The spirit detective says he'd be investigating the garden himself if he could, but he knows Arthur is stuck mid-test. Kai reminds them that the break is almost over, and Alaric warns that any suspicious moves now will tip off the killer. The detective supposes that if the enemy is really one of the 12 shadows, they could slaughter everyone here whenever they feel like it. They have to be ready for the worst. Arthur knows the spirit is right. They're walking on a knife's edge. He makes a plan. The moment the next trial ends, he's going to investigate that crime scene himself. He finds it weird that none of the spirits felt the fight, but Magnus reminds him they were trapped on the Forbidden Peaks with him for an entire month. That mountain has a mysterious power that blocks all energy, the very place where Magnus first forged the Holloway sword style. Beatrice adds one more terrifying detail to the mix. The killer might be perfectly camouflaged unless someone gets within inches. That proves it. The enemy is one of the candidates. Alaric tells them to stop interfering with his work, but Magnus tells him to stop whining and just do his job so they can kill the rat. After a long breath, Alaric turns to his pupil. He wants Arthur to ask Alara one very specific question. Arthur asks her, what if the killer didn't take a commander's place, but disguised themselves as a candidate instead? That sparks a whole new light in the master's eyes. These candidates are all powerful enough to be future leaders, after all. It's possible, but that means everyone is a suspect, including Arthur, especially if the next trial turns into a bloodbath. Kai is already planning his move. He's going to provoke the killer until they show their true face. Break S over. Trial 3 begins, the written exam. The rules are brutal. No talking, no scrolls, and absolutely no leaving your room. Arthur is completely screwed. He can't do a thing because every single question is about kingdom regulations he's never even read. It makes sense for a captain's exam, but for a fighter like him, this is pure torture. He won't give up, though. He racks his brain, searching for even a tiny chance to pass this nightmare. Finally, the results hit the board. Only 4 finalists left. Arthur feels like trash because he absolutely tanked the academic portion. He walked away with 0 points. The proctor walks up, announcing that this is the final stretch for the last 4 candidates. A fellow student tells Arthur he did his best. Sebastian took first place, which really gets under Arthur's skin since the smart guy cruised through. It turns out both Arthur and Kai scored a big fat 0 on the paperwork. The redhead says that even with a 0, Arthur is somehow still first in the overall rankings. He thought his own 3 points would keep him safe, but Arthur is just on another level. He claims he'll be cheering for Arthur's victory, but honestly, he just wants to know if the new captain of the guard is someone he can actually stand working with. Then comes the fine print. To be officially recognized by the crown, a unit needs at least 7 knights, so he tells Arthur to start thinking hard about his roster if he actually takes the lead. But wait, there is one more thing. He looks him dead in the eye and says that if Arthur wants the Silver Vanguard to be the most elite force in the kingdom, he should recruit him as the very first member. Either way, he wishes Arthur the best of luck. While back in the royal gardens, the master detective Silas asks if they should check the perimeter, but our boy wonders if the spirit still hasn't unmasked the killer. Silas just scoffs, asking Arthur what he takes him for, making it crystal clear that he's a professional investigator who only moves when the evidence is rock solid. Finally, it is time to start turning up the heat on the House of 𝑨𝒍𝒍. With the Crimson Shield disbanded, a new unit is desperate for a leader, and while Arthur is the top pick, Lord Cedric, the man behind the curtain, just dropped a massive bombshell. One of the 12 legendary knights of the eclipse actually murdered a candidate during the trials, and is currently walking around wearing their face. Luckily for everyone, Arthur literally has the soul of a master detective progenitor living inside his head. The young knight wonders exactly how Sela's plans to crack this, and finally, they reach the precise spot where the life was snuffed out. Every single pebble and bloodstain is under the microscope now. Arthur is dying to know what the spirit is thinking, but the detective just coolly remarks that everything is playing out exactly as he predicted. At this point, Sela's knows exactly who died and who pulled the trigger, leaving Arthur absolutely stunned into silence. Alina chimes in, certain the killer is a knight of the eclipse because she can feel that terrifying, dark energy radiating from the forbidden tome of fate. She says the vibe is identical to that monster they faced back in the Frost Peaks, and now she's looking to Arthur for a plan. Suddenly, a strange, chilling wind rattles the trees, and it hits Sela's hard, so hard that the progenitor immediately shoves Arthur back into control of his own body. Someone is approaching the boy through the mist, and when Arthur turns to look, his eyes go wide at the figure stepping out of the shadows. It's Lady Genevieve, the High Commissioner herself, and she wants to know what he's so desperately searching for in the dirt. Arthur can only stammer out a question about who she is. She just smiles and says she's an old woman out for a stroll, but she demands an answer, so Arthur finally admits he thinks someone was murdered right on the spot. He scans the garden landscape, almost afraid to meet the noblewoman's gaze, but Genevieve is visibly shaken by the news. She recognizes those faint traces of dark energy immediately, and realizing the boy is a trial candidate, she sees the raw talent practically pouring off him. The lady tells him he needs to hunt down the culprit, but Arthur drops another truth bomb. He already knows who it is, even if he wasn't the one who did the mental heavy lifting. Our boy Arthur says that's exactly why he has to keep his mouth shut for now. The identity has to stay secret. Genevieve is confused, asking if it wouldn't be better to just grab the murderer and end the threat right this second. But the boy explains the real nightmare. These people are insanely powerful, and he's convinced there isn't just one killer, but two masterminds pulling the strings. Arthur tells her straight up, that's why he's waiting to strike, so he can wipe them both out in one single move. He promises her that everything will be settled by tomorrow, so he asks a massive favor. Could you please hold off on sounding the alarm? Genevieve weighs the risk, and even though a candidate is asking her to hide a crime, she just chuckles and says she's just a passerby who hopes his little gamble pays off. The noblewoman starts to walk away, but Arthur calls out, telling her to wait. He makes sure she knows his name is Arthur, and with a mysterious smile, Genevieve promises to remember it just as another gale nearly knocks him off his feet. The sounds of the forest return to normal, and Arthur is startled to find himself standing there completely alone. The woman vanished like a ghost. Deep in the shadows, the young squire Alina asks the lady if she really thinks trusting the boy is a good idea. Genevieve assures her that Arthur knows more about this bloodbath than anyone else, and she's genuinely curious to see how he handles the pressure. She tells Alina to coordinate with the captain of the guard about staying behind to back Arthur up if things go south, admitted that investigating that weird energy was the best move she's made in years. After all, she stumbled upon something far more valuable than a simple crime scene. She notices Alina looking a bit skeptical, and the girl admits it's just rare to see the High Commissioner put so much faith in a random recruit. Genevieve just looks into the distance and says it's because of his eyes. She recognizes that fire in him. The sun rises on a new day, and Arthur is already on the move, pacing through the grounds until his rival catches up so they can head to the trials together. The rival mentions that today's test is going to be all about leadership and high-level tactics, apparently hearing from Lord Cedric himself that they're looking for a commander, not just a fighter. He says he's rooting for Arthur, but the young knight just stops and says there's one thing he's been dying to ask. Arthur looks him in the eye and asks why he threw his last match on purpose, which clearly catches the guy completely off guard. But he just turns away with a smirk, saying he simply pivoted his strategy mid-test because he realized he'd rather serve a great captain than lead a mediocre unit. Arthur doesn't buy it, asking if the real reason is because it's much easier to murder your own teammates before they grow strong enough to fight back. High above, hidden behind the thick trunk of an ancient oak, 𝑨𝒍𝒍 watches the entire confrontation with a twisted grin, whispering that this way, he can just hijack their bodies whenever the mood strikes him. He admits it's a half-truth. He really did struggle with that written exam. Honestly, even with his legendary abilities, the real student would have still walked away with a 0. Alaric adds that the grand plan has officially failed, and the culprit just sneers, wishing he'd stolen Noel's body instead. The imposter stops mid-sentence, realizing it's far too late for regrets. Even 𝑨𝒍𝒍 was completely blindsided by the web of lies they spun. Lord Harrington tells the young squire to step forward and introduce himself. The fake knight just lets out a chilling, empty smile. His true name is 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏𝒕𝒔, and he reveals his dark gift. He can steal the form of anyone he kills, absorbing every single memory and secret from their mind. He explains that he couldn't find Alaric in the barracks that night, so he settled for Noel, the strongest and most promising knight among the new recruits. Harrington asks if the endgame is to dismantle the Sovereign Guard entirely, and 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 just gives a cold, dark nod of confirmation. But since the mask has slipped, he declares that everyone here has to die. But first, a question: he needs to know which of them actually saw through his disguise. Captain Harrington gestures to the man standing right beside him. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 shifts his gaze and finds himself looking straight at Alaric. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 realizes Alaric was the mastermind behind the whole trap. His grin turns absolutely wicked as a massive, toxic green aura begins to boil around him. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 demands to know who Alaric truly is, but Alaric just stares back, eyes locked onto the harbinger of ruin. Right before 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 stole his life and his face, the real Noel had received the news of a lifetime. He was being recommended for the rank of captain. Heart racing, the boy asked if it was actually happening. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 confirmed it with a smile, telling him to keep it a secret until the formal announcement the next day. The veteran captain told him to listen closely. He believed the boy possessed the finest combat skills of any candidate in the kingdom. He was certain Noel would become a legendary leader, someone the entire realm could look up to. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he promised never to let his mentor down. He vowed to do whatever it took to make his captain proud. But 𝒍𝒍 never got to see that day. Standing there now, the horrible reality finally starts to sink in. His finest student is lying in the dirt, soaked in his own lifeblood. The monster responsible just mocks them, claiming Noel was simply too weak to survive. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 continues to provoke him, asking if that's really the best a future captain can do, or if the harbingers have just become gods among men. He credits it all to a dark artifact gifted by his master. 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 introduces himself as one of the 12 harbingers they've been hunting, and says it's a pleasure to meet them. In a desperate surge, the boy ignites the cursed arcane art within his own body. 𝒍𝒍 senses the danger instantly. He isn't letting this monster go. He triggers his titanium incarnation and hammers a devastating blow into the harbinger. The captain roars in fury, demanding to know how he dared to lay a finger on his apprentice. Standing in the fallen knight's body, the enemy is shocked that 𝒍𝒍 could overpower a harbinger so easily. 𝒍𝒍, meanwhile, is breaking down at the sight of his pupil. For a second, he thinks the boy is still alive, but 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏 just laughs. He's already explained Noel is gone. He's just wearing his friend's skin like a suit. She then grabs the forbidden necromantic urn, shattering it and throwing the dark remains directly at 𝒍𝒍. The veteran's eyes snap open with a hollow glow. He's been brought back as an undead puppet. He bows, calling her Master 𝒂𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒆𝒏. Disgusted by the display, the harbinger strikes the mindless fool. The invader snarls that his name is now Lord Shadow Noel, and he'd better not forget it. 𝒍𝒍 mindlessly confirms the order as they both erupt into laughter. And that was the end of the vision Arthur witnessed. Using his crowning inquiry ability, Arthur explains the recording is finished. When used at a crime scene, his power recreates a perfect, undeniable video of what happened. But there's a catch. Arthur has to be absolutely certain of the culprit's identity and the evidence before it activates. He can even use it to glimpse future crimes. The terrifying downside: if he's wrong even once, the ability vanishes forever. Basically, he's never wrong. Lady Alara asks if such a thing is truly possible, to steal a life and command the dead with an artifact. She whispers that this is why there were two culprits all along. People with that kind of power, they're the stuff of nightmares. Suddenly, the air changes. Every high-ranking knight in the room is suddenly on high alert. A massive, suffocating aura erupts around Alaric. His mentor tries to talk him down, but the boy just growls a promise. The culprit is going to pay in blood. The mark on his hand is literally smoking. Back in the present, he lunges to strike 𝑨𝒍𝒍, using a mirror-light flash to blind his foe. He plants his foot with a devastating cross-step, winding up a heavy fist strike. He lands a brutal spinning punch right into the fake Noel's jaw. Even as 𝑨𝒍𝒍 is sent flying meters away, Alaric has zero intention of letting up. The Harbinger struggles to find his balance, but Alaric stays on him, chaining together a flurry of combined arcane arts. But something feels off. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 starts laughing, asking if that's really any way to treat an old friend. The fake Noel mocks their bond from past battles, asking why Alaric is being so heartless. It's exactly what Alaric feared. He's still not strong enough to end this. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 sneers, telling him he'll need to do much better than that. This level of power is only good for bullying the common palace guards. The Harbinger stands tall, his aura glowing with renewed intensity. Against someone of his rank, he claims this struggle is just a pathetic waste of time. Alaric actually agrees with him. As frustrating as it is, he realizes he won't be the one to deliver the final blow today. The ancient sage admits she shares every ounce of his burning fury. But right now, it's Master Alistair who's taking the reins. Watching from afar, Lord 𝑨𝒍𝒍 wonders if this is the legendary phenomenon mentioned in the secret royal scrolls. It's a trance, like the boy has become a completely different person. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 sneers, Arthur brought this on himself. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black. Raw, overwhelming power surges toward him. To a man like 𝑨𝒍𝒍, life isn't just waiting for the grave, it's about total domination. He grins, telling them not to kill the vibe. The festivities have only just begun. The sage is more than ready for this duel. Peering through Arthur's eyes, the ancient spirits are curious. What kind of twisted monstrosities are these? The captain calls it 𝑨𝒍𝒍's ghoul aegis. That dark artifact lets him mimic any ancient corpse and puppet it at will. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 boasts that these beasts are as deadly as the great worm, and honestly, he's itching for a fight. Sir Hector counts at least 100 corpses. Sir Kay is terrified, looking to the captain for orders. Arthur growls, slaughtering the innocent wasn't enough for 𝑨𝒍𝒍. He's spitting on their dignity too. Alistair notes that her apprentice has truly transformed, leaving Arthur stunned. Wait, really? She realizes the ancient spirits have evolved as well. Right now, the sage is fully piloting the boy's body. One thing is for sure, that arrogant noble completely underestimated him. Then, boom, searing yellow lightning strikes the undead. The corpses disintegrate into ash. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 is actually impressed. Alistair asks for permission to let the bodies drop right in front of her. Her vow, to obliterate every single one before they even touch the soil. Suddenly, they're engulfed in a sea of flames. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 is floored. How can a mere brat possess this kind of terrifying power? He needs answers. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 knows masters can achieve insane precision through decades of blood and sweat. But this is something else entirely. The sheer scale of the spectacle in the clouds is mind-boggling. Controlling that much lightning at once should be impossible. And get this, he hit every target without even glancing at them. The sage tells Arthur to watch closely. This is a master class. Arthur rushes to her side. He knows that using his mortal vessel limits her true, godlike strength. But even weakened, her strikes are surgical. Not a single wasted movement. Every target, eliminated. Alistair looks at her apprentice. Back then, Arthur was just a boy hungry for power to serve his own ends. And the spirits, they were just as eager to hijack his body and unleash their dormant might. Arthur is still lost, but she explains how his focus shifted as he grew stronger, pushing himself to the brink to chase his destiny. Watching his untapped talent finally blossom moved the ancient spirits to their very core. She remembers his first real taste of failure, that soul-crushing disappointment that changes a man forever. A mentor he revered asked him to carry the torch, and now, here they are, at the turning point. Alastair is livid for the souls that fool used as puppets, but looking at Arthur, the spirits are beaming with pure pride. The sage has one more thing to say. Arthur, everyone is rooting for the man you've become. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒔 scoffs at the boy's inner dialogue. He preaches the law of the jungle, the strong survive and the weak get crushed. Period. He lunges forward to strike, but wait, he's the one backing off at the very last second. Arthur didn't even move a muscle, but a massive shockwave erupted anyway. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒔 realizes he's in way over his head. Alastair sighs. Many villains think that way, but it just reminds her of the old days. Or maybe they're just remembering the truth. They fought to tear down the spire for one reason. They couldn't stomach seeing the powerful trample the helpless. Seeing the defenseless bullied by the mighty. That's what ignites a spirit's true, unadulterated rage. Stepping forward in Arthur's body, she speaks. She knows he's felt that frustration before, feeling his own power slip away. That kind of helplessness, it's enough to drive anyone crazy. Alastair misses the boy who trained on the peaks, full of light and joy. Now, they can feel how much weight he's carrying. The sage reminds him they're in this together. One day, Arthur, you'll stand among the legends. I'd bet my life on it. Alastair promises that whenever the world gets too heavy, they'll be his shield. He's never, ever alone. She lightens the mood, adding that if he's pissed about something unfair, they'll be right there, raging right alongside him. Enough talk. It's time to end this dark omen once and for all. In an instant, the villain is literally ripped to shreds. The royal guard watching through the scrying stones are absolutely speechless. Sir Hector whispers that the boy looks like a young Lord Mordred, a relentless beast that simply cannot be stopped. Broken on the dirt, 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒔 can't wrap his head around it. 100 puppets obliterated in seconds. His vessel is trash now. Alastair looks down. See the gap now, she asks. She's not done yet. She's got plenty of questions for him. Lady Gwendolen reassures Arthur. No need to stress. They've got elite inquisitors from the noble houses ready to squeeze every last secret out of the enemy. The fallen disciple of the darkness is pinned to the dirt. Alara admits the truth. In his current state, he's got zero chance of winning. He just smirks, claiming it's a good thing he followed his master's twisted advice. That's why he prepped a dark plan B as a precaution. Suddenly, a massive, ornate coffin materializes next to the stolen remains. Arthur's staring, completely puzzled, but Alara. She's been waiting for this for a long time. Makes sense. She was one of the original founders of Ruin, who helped level the Great Spire back in the day. The Curse of the Legions, 𝑨𝒍𝒍 the Cursed, appears, a name that makes even ancient spirits tremble. Not taking chances, Alara sends a shadow wraith toward the coffin. Lady Gwendolen realizes the terrifying truth. The wraith passed right through him, meaning that's his true, physical body standing there. The stolen 𝑨𝒍𝒍 steps forward with a sinister grin. His twisted dream is finally becoming a reality. Arthur can feel the suffocating aura radiating from that frame. It's on the same level as Lord Mordred's power from the Academy, but honestly, it feels even more overwhelming than that. Alara raises her hand for the next act. Rotting hands begin clawing out of the earth. The second wave of the undead army has officially arrived. Our boy Arthur is definitely feeling the pressure, but Gwendolen tells him to keep his head up. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion rocks the ground behind Alara. The body snatcher looks back, totally blindsided. There's one thing Arthur wants her to remember, one thing she should never, ever forget. He's got Beatrice, the master alchemist Lord Alaric, his fierce sword mistress Seraphina, and even his loyal friend Robin Wright by his side. The mage echoes the sentiment. He's not fighting this battle alone. 𝒂💏 just sneers, mocking his little playmates like they're nothing. But Arthur notices something chilling. Beyond the voice, even the way she speaks. It's a perfect, terrifying mirror of the legendary 𝒍𝒍. 𝒂💏 drops a bombshell. Bad news, kids. There isn't a single weak link among my puppets. Seraphina lunges, but she's forced to dodge a lightning-fast counterattack. She's stunned. Her lethal strikes didn't even leave a scratch, as if these monsters are wearing invisible plate armor. Then it hits her. It's like every single one of these corpses has its own unique ability fully active. Silas can't find an opening to save his life, while poor Catherine is literally running for her life from the monstrosities. Captain Hawthorne clicks her enchanted headphones into place. Time for a melody of destruction. She unleashes the Firebird, a massive wave of flames incinerating everything in her path. Catherine is totally awestruck, but the captain isn't celebrating. If these things can use their skills even after death, they're in serious trouble. Suddenly, snap, the enchanted chains shatter. Cadden pales as he notices the restraint has finally given way. He looks up to see the undead Lord Kalen break free from his prison, ready to unleash his iron incarnation upon them. The beast slams the ground, and holy hell, the earth literally splits open like the floor of the underworld itself. But Aloin already saw that move coming. Meanwhile, 𝒂💏 is just standing there, absolutely loving every second of this chaos. She taunts Arthur, claiming a weakling like him won't survive the night. Catherine just shoots back a "that's what you think" and asks the boys for their take. The boy gives a small, confident smile. Then another voice, a deeper, more powerful one, asks to take control of the body for a minute. It's Arthur again, but he's different. He asks 𝒂💏 who she thinks is actually dying today. 𝒂💏 is genuinely confused. Arthur tells her to stop underestimating his squad, calling her a filthy heretic. Meanwhile, young Hugo is completely surrounded by puppets. He realizes it's him against the world, and honestly, perfect time to test out Lesson 7. Energy starts surging through his body like a storm. The golden dragon technique activated. His foot barely grazes the ground and then, pure explosive power. He moves between the puppets like a blur, unleashing the dragon's crossing and striking every single one of them with pinpoint accuracy. Master Thomas, creator of the style, is watching Hugo and notes the kid's unusual build. His muscles are like coiled steel, tight but insanely flexible. He realizes Hugo's whole game is about focusing power into a single point, using a combination of footwork and jumps. Lady Alina, the founder of the Flashfoot style, thinks it's cool and all. But she calls it a waste of energy. She tells him there's a better way, a continuous, unbreakable line of movement that never stops. Using his elastic body, Hugo shifts gears. He entangles his enemies with the serpent coil, a move like a whip of razor wire that nothing can escape. Beatrice is ready for more. More monsters are closing in, but she's got a specific target. Catherine isn't about to let Beatrice steal all the glory, though. To Archmage Kieran, alchemy isn't just science. It's the art of turning the flawed into something approaching absolute perfection. He knows the girl is a bit blunt in her fighting style, focusing only on forging weapons. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. The Violetide girl unleashes her, transmuting fluid to control the battlefield. Kieran explains that true alchemists master the forbidden arts, controlling the world around them to become transcendent. And that's exactly what she's doing. Lesson 8 of Master Alaric's training, creating phantasms. She summons a creature so powerful it can literally tear apart the body of a demigod. Arthur calls out to his master, Sir Cedric. The old knight just shrugs it off. If this is about Julian, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Blood and steel. Cedric stands alone on the battlefield, a lone redhead surrounded by mountains of the fallen. Lord Alaric the Founder notes that, while Arthur might lack his brother's raw fame, his instinct for war is frightening. He's already mastered the legendary Valerius blade arts to a terrifying degree. With a move called the Serpent's Glide, his sword becomes a blur, carving through everything in its path with effortless precision. But wait, he's got more tricks up his sleeve. He unleashes the arcane burst, a lethal trap that snares every single enemy around him in a cage of energy. Duchess Isabella is watching from the wings, completely stunned by the combo. She's wondering, did he just fuse elite swordplay with high-level magic? Even though he's strictly a swordsman, she realizes he's fighting with the same impossible grace as young Julian. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupts, snapping her out of her shock. A hurricane of flames has completely swallowed Julian and the villainous 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒅𝒏𝒕🔪. That's when Commander Barrett realizes the real war has started. The clash between the kingdom's finest and one of the 12 Dark Apostles is finally on. But Isabella notices something off. She narrows her eyes, praying her mind isn't playing tricks on her. Could it be? Is that really the ghost of Lord Alaric himself, the founder of the Valerius arts? Isabella is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. But the real duel is Lady Alara versus 𝒂𝒂𝒅. The imposter swings with a stolen technique, the storm's edge, aiming to end the boy right then and there. Using Julian's body, 𝒂𝒂𝒅 dodges with ease, a move that even impresses the real soul of Julian watching from within. Without a single word, Alara casts a mana shield, but 𝒂𝒂𝒅 counters with a heavy swing. Unfortunately, the mage's defense just isn't strong enough to hold him back. Moving like a shadow in every direction, 𝒂𝒂𝒅 unleashes the Phantom Strike, sending lethal slashes tearing through everything in the vicinity. Alara barely survives by leaping onto the floating ruins. Julian recognizes the move instantly. He's seen this level of power before, and it's bad news. This is it, the authentic, raw Valerius style. But there's a darker secret hidden in the steel. Meanwhile, the royal guards are scrambling just to stay alive. This version of the technique, it's on a completely different level of destruction. In a flash, Sir Cedric's hand is severed, sent tumbling into the dark abyss, a gruesome sight the mage can't ignore. Luckily, the ascended knights are whisked away by golden spheres of light just in time. They're taken to a safe zone, while Alara dives deeper into the chaos. She turns to the spirit of Alaric, asking him what the hell they should do now. The legendary swordsman just stares at the battlefield. Instead of answering, he simply turns around and starts walking away. Alaric tells her he's leaving it in her hands. She can do whatever she wants. Alara turns her gaze back to the monster wearing her friend's face, her eyes narrowing. She calls upon the Sky Piercer technique, letting loose a beam of pure power. Leo, watching from the sidelines, is absolutely floored by the sheer scale of the energy. The arrogant 𝒂𝒂𝒅 finds it all entertaining, laughing as he brings even more chaos down on everyone's heads. He boasts that this body is the ultimate weapon, a progenitor optimized solely for the art of killing. Mocking them, he asks if they have any techniques that aren't so pathetic. Alara doesn't take the bait. She just watches, calculating her next move with deadly silence. The body snatcher lunges forward with ghostly, sublime perfection, rushing Julian. But then he realizes something is very, very wrong. The real Lord Alaric, he just looks bored. Alara actually agrees. Even while piloting a legendary body, the enemy is still acting like a total amateur. That hits a nerve. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 screams at them, refusing to be called weak while he's inhabiting the form of a literal god of war. He tries to dig deeper, searching for a power more destructive than anything seen before. But then, reality hits him like a freight train. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒂𝒅 bursts into tears. He's confused. His body is crying and he can't make it stop. By accessing the soul, he's accidentally stumbled into the ancient memories imprinted in Alaric's very bones. He sees nightmares, monsters so terrifying they would shatter a normal man's sanity just by looking at them. And Alaric, he wiped out an entire fortress of those things with one casual swing. But despite the godlike power and the impossible victories, the founder felt absolutely nothing. No joy, no pride, just total cold indifference. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 wanted power, but this is too much. It's a weight that goes far beyond the limits of human consciousness. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 is in total shock as Alaric's memories flood his mind. He sees the swordsman slaughtering legions, crossing endless seas, and ending entire bloodlines. It didn't stop there. The man had conquered entire worlds. Now, Malachar is weeping through the Founder's eyes, broken by the scale of it all. He's desperate. He wants the nightmare to end, but the power just keeps surging. It's too much. His mind is hitting a breaking point. His soul is being shredded by this mental hell. Alaric suggests they just sit back and watch the fool self-destruct, but 𝒍𝒏 warns him that it's not that simple. If that idiot loses control of that much power, he won't just die. He'll take everyone in the kingdom with him. Hearing that, Julian's blood runs cold. A dark, malevolent aura begins to bleed out of Alaric's body. 𝒍𝒏 starts to panic. The fool has lost it, and now everyone is going to die. This level of agony is too much for even the most evil creature to contain. And now, the entire world is about to feel the fallout. In the distant Stirling province, the ground begins to buckle and shake. Commander Barrett's partner asks what's happening, and the order is immediate: evacuate every citizen now. He senses the aura. It's massive. And then he realizes the source is coming from the High Kingdom, over 96 kilometers away. Barrett is terrified. He wants to know what kind of monster could possibly produce an aura that powerful from such a distance. The enchanted puppet bodies are crumbling into dust. Leo and Silas watch in pure terror, unable to comprehend the apocalypse unfolding right before their eyes. Silas is barely holding on. He's gasping, wondering how a single man's presence can feel like a mountain crushing his chest. Kalen, he can't even fight it. His legs give out and he slams into the dirt. Soren hits the ground next. Seeing his brothers broken like this makes Alaric scream for 𝑨𝒍𝒍, desperate, raw, but the ancient lord doesn't even blink. The swordsman just looks at Melisandre. He told her she'd be the one to end this, and she knows it's true. Looking at Alaric's battered state, she mutters that he should finally be strong enough to take this guy down. Then, out of nowhere, glowing silver cuffs manifest around her wrists. This is her true power. Meanwhile, Valerius is just leaking this toxic, shadowy energy everywhere. Poor Alara is standing right behind them, completely lost. Master Kieran shouts to Alaric and the girl. He knows she can hear him. He tells them both to watch closely. Don't look away. He explains that while some study the forge and others study the arcane, they're all chasing the same thing in the end: the absolute truth. According to him, that's the ultimate finish line. The man asks them to look and wonders if a transcendence body can really be bottled up in a single sliver of truth. Deep inside that stolen vessel, Melisandre is watching everything. Consumed by pure spite, the body snatcher wants nothing more than to see Alaric erased from existence. The original mind was already in pieces, leaving only instinct to drive Ravencrest's physical form. Kieran warns that even like this, the firstborn is basically a god of destruction. It's like a cornered beast thrashing around, desperate, wild, and tearing apart everything in its path. Kieran remembers a time when a young, reckless Ravencrest gave himself over to this state, total surrender of the self. Haunted by what he'd done, he named this horrific state Eternal Night, because not a single spark of hope remains within it. Melisandre stares at her friend's possessed body, Kieran's words weighing heavy on her soul. Then, a flicker of light starts to pulse within her. A massive void of shadow erupts, with Valerius right at the center. Alaric is caught in the blast, and Silas, he's literally being torn apart. Harlan and Alara are sucked in too. No one escapes the eternal night, not even those mindless hollow puppets. The sheer force even triggers Mount Emberstone. Lava starts pouring down, catching General Kincaid and his men off guard. Even Alaric's mother isn't safe from the reach of the void. The shadows stretch all the way back to the hallowed citadel where this nightmare first started. The eternal night is swallowing the world, but the one at the center of it, they're suffering the most. Valerius keeps pouring out more darkness, but Melisandre finally sees it, the great truth. She de-locked away a piece of her power because it felt too alien for this world. This was her secret card, the power to completely decode an opponent's magic. Absolute insight. She unleashes it on Valerius, and just her touch alone makes the thief recoil in agony. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 finally shuts his power down. She clamps onto him, making sure he can't slip away. She grips him tight and invokes the spell of the silver light. Valerius, trapped in the knight's body, screams as her magic sears through him. A blinding flash consumes the battlefield. When the light finally fades, the two of them come back into focus. But the knight's body is charred beyond recognition. It starts crumbling into ash, carried away by the cold wind. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 doesn't let go. She whispers a final goodbye to the lingering echoes of the friend she once knew. "Until we meet again beyond the great circle," she says. The other ancient lords stand back, witnessing the end of their brother. They're truly mourning him now, though Rhaenyra points out that he hasn't fully vanished yet. 𝑨𝒍𝒍 simply notes that the flesh and the spirit are two very different things. Alaric can only stand there, completely stunned by what he's just seen. She asks if that little display helped him understand things better. Without waiting for an answer, she gives him back control of his own body. The rest of the group starts cheering. They can't believe he actually took down that nightmare of a monster. Isolde asks him why he didn't even draw his blade after a whole month of training. Harlan just stands there. He thought he was finally catching up to Alaric. Now he realizes just how wrong he was. He's left wondering how much higher his friend's ceiling really goes. Silas is in total shock that the thief was turned to ash so easily. But for Isolde, the real magic happened before the final blow. She knew it wasn't luck. Alaric read the enemy's move perfectly and shut it down before they could even blink. Anya thinks this has to be the peak of what a human can achieve. She looks at her own hands, wondering if she'll ever get there. Everyone's safe, at least. Commander Thorne stares at the massive crater, grumbling about how choosing a new captain shouldn't be this much of a headache. Especially since Sir Thomas is gone too. He wonders if he has to run another trial. What a pain. Suddenly, Clara spots something, making Kenton jump nearly out of his skin. She points toward the wreckage, swearing she saw something moving. Kenton's already panicking that the undead are rising again. Even Thorne looks tense. He's worried it might be something even nastier. Slowly, a new figure steps out from the shadows. He looks right at the Lady Commissioner and asks what on earth she's doing there. Arthur freezes. It's her, the same old crone he'd just spoken to yesterday. Elinor is still trying to make sense of this lady, shouting for the High Chancellor, but it's too late. The reveal is already happening. Both of them are completely blindsided by what she does next. Right there in the dirt, the woman drops to her knees and whispers that Arthur has finally arrived. Beatrice says she's been waiting years for this moment. Then she bows low, saying, "Welcome back, my ancient lords." The entire group is left in absolute shock. All eyes are on the scene. Arthur's friends are reeling, unable to process that this eccentric old woman is actually the High Chancellor of the Order. Julian just scoffs at them. Did they seriously not know her? Or was this just their first time seeing the legendary founder in the flesh? Their master steps in to explain. Beatrice is a founder of the Royal Sentinel Order and the highest-ranking official in the entire capital district. But the squires only care about one thing. Why is she bowing to Arthur? Julian just gives a sarcastic shrug, acting like she's supposed to have all the answers. Meanwhile, Arthur is trying to wrap his head around why the lady he met in the rose garden is kneeling before him like he's a king. He tells the others she's onto them. He asks the ancient souls within him if they recognize her, but none of them have any clue who she is. However, Sir Cedric senses something shifting in her aura. To him, the feeling is strange, warm, and incredibly familiar. She asks if he's really forgotten her, noting she's aged quite a bit since their last war together. Then, a spark hits her, a way to make him remember. She begins a series of hand gestures that immediately puts Arthur on high alert. Something is definitely coming. Dropping into a bizarre, wobbling stance, the old woman looks at Cedric and asks if he remembers the jester's jig. The ancient lords are confused for a heartbeat, but then it clicks. Their memories go rushing back to a time long forgotten by the rest of the world. Finally, they realize it's her. It's Beatrice. Lady Seraphina's face turns bright red while Cedric demands to borrow Arthur's body for a moment. Taking control, the legendary swordsman laughs, saying he hasn't seen her in centuries. Arthur's friends, they're just standing there looking lost. Percival and Alinor start scolding the boy for speaking so rudely to the Chancellor. They have no idea what's really happening, almost enjoying the silly dance. Meanwhile, the other knights are already plotting a new captain's trial now that Arthur has finally met the founder. Beatrice tells them both to settle down. Cedric just shakes his head, unable to believe how much time has passed or that she's now a silver-haired lady. She smiles, remembering how the swordsman used to tease her back in the day. He hasn't changed a bit, and that's where the story pauses. If you don't want to miss the next chapter of this legend, hit that notification bell and I'll see you next time.